I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trace 100, and we have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures. Happy Friday!
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you both?
Oh, Nick over there having his breakfast real quick.
Yeah.
Did you check out the leaderboard this morning?
No, I did not. Who's leading?
Nick, you are.
Shocker.
Nick is kicking our butts. Today's the last day. We cannot let Nick win. I told Barbie that earlier. I was like, we can't let him win.
Let me check it real quick.
You're leading.
We got Tom. Yeah, Tom's been slow and steady, man. 11% back. That's only like, a couple $100. So
right.
I don't know. Today may be a capital preservation for Tom and myself included because of the price out. We have quad witching today.
Quad witching, yeah.
So may just I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, it's not surprising to me that I'm on top of a leaderboard. So maybe
is it ICT? ICT, is that why?
100%. I find it can't be odd that the first week ICT starts, back up, that we start this and ICT traders just leading the way. So I don't find that weird at all. But anyways, how are y'all doing this morning? Barbie, how are you doing?
Good. Glad it's Friday, not gonna lie. But
yeah, it feels good for it to be Friday. I feel like it's been kind of a long week. How about y'all?
Yeah. This week, I think with FOMC, that was so intense. I mean, I think I definitely aged like 5 years.
we finally got a good one because we keep having
That was a good one.
the same conversation about. Remember when FOMC was fun and then it's not? We finally got a fun one.
Yeah, it was a fun one. I was up 3,000 in that challenge account, and then I went. My equity curve was like, and then it boom. So I'm back at about I think I'm $1,000 down from the starting balance. So Nick, I am going to swing for the fences, boom or bust today because today's the last day, and this challenge is just for fun. So I'm coming for you.
Do it. Yeah, honestly, I probably won't take very many trades today on it, if any. Yes. I kind of like where I'm at, so you'll definitely have a shot.
I've got to chase you.
Yeah, I'll definitely give you a chance to chase me because I don't think I'm gonna get anything in terms of the market. So
all right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try, guys. Let's take a look at the charts. Who'd like to go first, Barbie or Nick?
I'll go ahead because I ain't got much. So in Q here, on Wednesday, I was talking about when we were going lower, go back up and run through that Tuesday high. We did that yesterday during Asia. Wednesday in Asia, but yesterday's daily candle. I don't have a whole lot for price to reach for at the moment. I don't even have a whole lot of inefficiencies to work from. If I was just throwing something at the wall, previous day high could be a target, or but I don't really expect it to expand much through there. Maybe previous day high and then come back into the range a little bit. But I'm just I don't have. There's only about two out of 5 days every single week that I know what price is going to do. Just about. Today is just I don't know. We have quad witching today, like Barbie talked about. I do like how I traded my plan this week. I did call for price to come into this 4-hour gap from Asia, from London session on Monday, and we just kind of hung out there. And then this is where the move started on Wednesday. So
that's a win.
Yeah. Other than that, I'm gonna check out Euro real quick. I think it's selling off So Euro ran this weekly high. And I was like, okay, I think we could come back into the range a little bit. I didn't expect it to do it so quickly. So it's kind of like a midweek reversal ever since We had FOMC. Let me look at gold. That's about it. Just don't have much today. So some of these people that are behind me in this competition can maybe catch me.
Nick, Chit asked if you full ported to get 62% gains.
No.
Pretty sure it's limited anyway.
One contract. Yes.
Yeah, you can only take either one mini or 10 macros. So like you're not gonna even if you rip it on FOMC and it goes 50 points, you're only making $1,000, which is 20% pretty good, but I mean you're not.
I didn't even know you could do 10 minis, so there you go.
Yeah, it's not like anything like that. So gold, kind of looking for lower prices on gold. These relative equal lows stick out to me right here. However, on the hourly, it kind of looks a little chopped. Honestly, I don't have anything today. Barbie, you take over. We don't have no news.
Excuse me, you got nothing?
I only have 11.
Yeah, so we do have quad witching today. I saw someone say it's not quad witching, but let's talk about that for a second. So we have it's a big expiration day because we have the indexes rolling over. We were talking about the roll a little bit already. So the index futures, but we also have index stocks, and then the options on stocks, and then also the futures on stocks, which are pretty rare. We don't really have them very much anymore. They do still exist, the futures on individual stocks, but they're pretty rare and niche. So that's why a lot of people are like, nah, it's triple witching. But the point of the deal is, whether you want to call it triple witching or quad witching, there's a lot of stuff expiring today. So we can't relate to this as day traders, but people who are holding positions on things that expire, like options or futures contracts, have to roll or reposition or rotate into something else. So if they haven't done that yet, this is the deadline. So it's procrastinators day today. And what ends up happening is the morning session will still have volume, but as volume drifts out, and it seems, I haven't actually looked at the numbers, it seems to drift out a lot faster on these witching days. And I think it's just a lot of traders just like to avoid the crazy chop that happens when there's a bunch of orders kind of thrown at the market all of a sudden. Usually it's more planned out and methodical, but today we're getting the last minute guys. So usually it can be kind of a bearish day, but it's not real clear because you can also end up with gamma squeezes. So that's why it's really hard. We don't have to give Nick shit for not seeing it clearly. I don't either. But we're in the same spot as yesterday, so we at least kind of have those same levels to play that we were looking at. Literally, we're just barely higher. So we still kind of have this main obvious zone on ES from about 66.70 to 67.20. And that's kind of the range to break out of. On a normal day, I would have a really kind of more normal plan about it. But what ends up happening is we end up having big kind of pumps, and then it ends up looking like a big wick on a chart as some of these orders are just like thrown out into a little bit lighter volume. So sometimes the plays for a day like this, instead of trying to look for that breakout, is kind of waiting for something weird to happen and then playing the mean reversion. Terry likes those. Mm-hmm. So the other thing is, the later we get into the day, if we do end up with some drift, and a lot of times, like on the witching days, it's like the morning is really volatile and crazy, and then a lot of traders are kind of out of here and we get that midday drift, and then the afternoon can get really crazy, and that's when we can either get like a major dump or a gamma squeeze or a whole lot of nothing, and we don't know at all what we're going to get. So it's like as the day goes on, things get kind of crazier. So that's why my focus is getting my business done early. If it's a harder day to trade, I want to spend less effort and less time in the market. That's just the way that I do my business. So really, it's going to be probably less about the levels for me today and more about kind of a return to a median. If I see anything weird that breaks out, like a big wick or something. So that would be like shorting something that spikes up here or buying something that spikes down here. especially into a level, because that's where I like to play and keep my orders. But also things like Bollinger Bands and Keltner channels. I know we've had traders come on and talk about those kind of strategies. Those are the kind of things that I look for when I'm looking for kind of those edges that could potentially whip us back to the center a little bit. But I want to hear what chat thinks too. Do y'all trade the witching days, whether it's quad witching or triple witching, which I guess is an opinion, but
We have Luke here. Luke, come on down. Do you trade quad witching or triple witching? Oh, wait, we don't have Luke. Luke is on deck.
Huh.
surprise.
Let's go, everyone. Warm welcome for Luke. W for Luke. He has been cooking for us. Jan says, ghost Luke.
It's all a mirage.
He's here, guys. Promise.
Yes, psych.
Psych. Let's go, Luke. Okay, I think Luke needs more W's, and then he will show himself. W's for Nick, guys. Or not Nick. I'm sorry, Luke. No, Nick, I do not want you to win the competition. So.
It's all good. It doesn't matter what you think.
Okay, I have to practice my smack talking.
It's all good. See, I didn't play basketball this week.
Yeah.
So I'm taking all my trash talking out on you guys. So the court they're like waxing the courts this week. So
yeah.
I didn't get to play basketball this week. Didn't get my pickup game in.
Yeah, Raphael trades says, Nick, you hoop. Such great exercise.
Yeah, no, I love the hoop. I love the hoop.
Yeah, so is anyone trading today? I know today is a big day for people to be hands off because of the quad witching, triple witching.
Historically, we've always called it quad witching, but I do see the point that the single stock futures are not really a thing. They are technically. That's where I'm like, but
Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen one before. So I'm like, oh, that's
I don't
so
trade them. I
interesting.
think they're more popular still like globally and not here. I don't actually know the whole history of stock futures. It's not really been my thing.
That's interesting. Jamal says we might hit 800s. It's possible. Okay, 12 minutes until the market's going to open. We did make it an overnight, new overnight high. Earlier this morning, it was trading at about 750. We tested it, traded up to 765 in NASDAQ.
Shows you how much I am looking forward to trading today. I don't even have my broker pulled up right now. I have to log in real quick.
It's getting a little bit weird. That's why I have to be pickier. If I'm going to trade, I'm going to be really picky. I'm not going to rush an entry. I'm going to be extra patient for that entry. It's like that when you need your extra discipline, because if we have more wicks because of all this expiration and rotation happening with all these extra, or not extra orders, just like orders that are necessary and a little bit more desperate, you want to make sure your stop has all the room it needs. So that's why it's important to be really patient. Okay, so I'll go. Y'all are asking about witching a lot. So I don't know who came up with the term. Now I'm curious, but it's what they that's what when they say triple witching and quad witching, they're talking about the days when the most products on the market are expiring. So that's our index futures that we're most familiar with. I have the when you're looking at my chart earlier, I have the December contract pulled up because the September one is expiring today. It's going to go away. You can't trade it anymore. There's almost no volume on it. It'd be hard to trade anyway. But it's not just the futures. It's the indexes and the index options, the stock options, and technically some stock futures that nobody deals with anymore. All of that's expiring today. It creates a little bit of chaos for anyone still in those. The procrastinators.
Huh.
So I did hop in a trade because I am going after Nick, you guys. Boom or bust. Let's see what can happen.
Bust.
Today's the very last day, and this trading competition between all the hosts is just for fun. Nick is in charge. He is in the lead. I had the lead for 2 days in a row, and then Nick took over. So today I've got to give it my all. Either this account goes to 0 or we're going after Nick.
There you go.
Let's go. Let's see what can happen. Live trading for the challenge account. Oh, Sunnyside asked, where's the competition leaderboard? We do have a link. Let me see if I can grab it for you. Yeah, our mods did put it in the chat.
That's too fast.
I know, it's so fast. Maybe this account goes to 0, guys. We've got to swing for the fences. No stop loss today in this account.
Yeah, that's the one thing I hate about being first going the last day is like now I kind of got to stay where I'm at or like improve because someone could just hit a home run. You know what I mean? And I'm like, so.
Yeah, right. I think that is part of the strategy of trading in a competition. Like, how do you play it? Do you just go for it? But you have a big lead, Nick.
Not really that much though. When you really break it down, like, the percentages are pretty small. I will say it does suck. I mean, it doesn't suck, but it definitely limits you when you can only trade like one mini. Or
I was about to say that's the thing when you have the fun little limits and challenges on there. That's when you have to really get to the strategery. So it's pretty hard for someone to come out way ahead unless they're at the desk way more than everybody else. So that's what kind of makes it interesting.
Yeah, 100%.
It shouldn't just be a challenge to see who has the most free time.
Let's see.
Oh no, you're on more tilt just watching competition.
Oh, Mike asked, where are the other hosts? I think Rocket Scooter Matt tried to really nail it on FOMC and it went kaboom from what I've heard on the street.
Yeah, I think he was YOLOing it.
Yeah.
I think he was doing it on stream. I missed it, but I heard he was having some fun with chat and YOLO'd it.
Yes, I love it. This is all for fun, guys. It's not serious trading. All for fun.
Well, except for Nick because he's in the lead, so it's very serious for Nick.
Yeah, I kind of took it personal last week. It was like, who's gonna win? And like, I don't think one person in chat said my name. I was like, okay, all right, we're just gonna have to, we got to cook these fools then. Show them. But no, it's been fun. I probably traded. I probably traded that more than I traded my fundeds this week in my personal. Well, I did have 2 trades yesterday, I believe, and one on FOMC. So it's been about the same, but definitely more on the competition account.
You can 1 trade, so I win that contest for fewest number of trades.
Yeah, I mean, I don't take a whole lot of trades.
I got in there though.
Yeah.
I didn't take as many trades normally this week either, just because I think I mentioned yesterday the volume. Since I use a lot of volume tools, I get extra nervous when we have roll week. So I have to really wait for a really good setup. That's FOMC weeks are kind of like that anyway, right? You have to definitely practice your patience and discipline. So.
Who do you guys think will win today? It's the last day.
Is Terry going to pass Nick? That's what everyone cares about. If Nick wants to go into capital preservation.
Who said I'm in capital preservation? I just said it's going to be I don't expect my capital.
You said you were thinking about it.
I thought
I heard that.
Yeah, I thought I heard that too.
See?
I told everyone in chat that I'm going to bring out the erratic trading. You never know what can happen. Anything can happen. It's coming out full force. Watch out, Nick.
Bring it.
Yeah, it's definitely a toss-up. Tough to say. Oh, NQ is pushing higher. 5 minutes to
It's like the
go
market's been
here.
open for like 10 minutes. That's not even open yet.
Yeah, 5 minutes now,
5
but
minutes.
it is acting like it's about ready, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. But it's already open.
Watch out. It could be a trap.
Could be a trap.
Let's see.
The witches are out.
Let's see. Gold.
I do wonder who came up with that name. It definitely caught on.
It's probably ICT. Okay, I just looked it up. It was coined in the 1980s when index futures and options were introduced. And it's called that because of the extreme volatility, volume spikes, and distortions. It's because the market feels possessed by arbitrage, gamma squeezes, all that stuff I was talking about earlier.
Oh,
But they do call it the witching hour when your kids when you got babies and they can't keep it together anymore at the end of the day. So yeah, it's that. Sorry, what, Terry?
Oh, Mike Extreme asked, where is Luke? I believe there's some technical difficulties. He will be back.
He broke.
He better come back before I leave. He better come back.
Yes.
Big surprise,
Agreed.
Luke's not here.
Big surprise, Luke is here. Just kidding. Not yet. Soon.
Yeah.
No, he's been cooking things up for us. And we don't know when, but hopefully soon he'll be back on. Yeah, we smashed 50,000 subscribers this week, guys.
Open.
Yay to all of us. We are building our community. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for being a part of it and for making it better each day. It's exciting. How do you guys feel about hitting 50,000 subscribers this week, Barbie, Nick?
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
That's pretty sweet for sure. Yeah, I kind of insane when you think about it. Especially when I joined in like halfway through this MyFundedTV thing. So kind of like, the group got an A+ in the project and I didn't really do that much, you know what I mean? Well, actually, I think I joined, we were at 15K subs and then we got a 20.
It's the Nick
was my
effect.
big first milestone. But from 20 to 50, kind of crazy for sure. How was that Voltron yet? Was he on yesterday or the day before? It was yesterday.
Yeah, so
Yesterday,
good.
I don't know what day it is anymore.
I know all the days are blurring together.
I was trying to figure it out. Like, wait, what?
Yes, Voltron. Shout out to Voltron. Voltron, I did see you in chat this morning. So good, always good. It's cool to see like the order flow, and he's so good at explaining things too. And Barbie, you trade with order flow also?
Yes, I don't trade like exclusively off of it. I look at it sometimes, but I've been real interested in how he's using it and just leaving it up all the time. So I've been watching. I used to try to pay attention to it more during the day instead of just like popping on, but he's really piqued my interest. I've loaded my chart back up. It keeps taking over my screen. So definitely inspired by Voltron to get all my volume trades going again, including order flow.
Yeah, no. Like I say, I do. That's one of the coolest things I like to see is like when you got multiple traders, right? Like call out the same levels, trading completely different strategies, and bank off sort of the same trade. 9:30. I just find that so cool.
Yeah, me too.
Really?
Ooh, it's moving.
I was just looking
Yowza.
at OKLO. It's still up on my chart too. That one's just they can't even keep up with that on the premiums this morning. It's already gone insane.
Okay, yesterday's high in NQ was 24,816. Are we going to take it out? Yes or no?
I want to see what happens if and when it does take it out. That'd be kind of, do we expand through it?
We got ES going one way and NASDAQ going the other. Of course. The witches are out.
Yeah.
Market is possessed.
Yeah, this is definitely a crazy day. Like honestly, this is I don't even have my trade copier pulled up here because I'm not planning on copy trading accounts today. I have my personal and then obviously this competition account pulled up, but it's I'm not. If I wasn't streaming, this is probably a day I'd go skip or go to the gym early. To be honest. Gold looks the best
float
today.
in the pool.
Yeah, see, the thing is with gold, I was looking at these relative equal lows down here, on the daily, but I do see what you mean. It is kind of due for a pullback, right? I mean, it had the pullback. Does everyone else have this big volume imbalance here? I don't know why.
Yep. That's FOMC, isn't it?
Well, this daily chart doesn't have it. This one does.
Oh.
That's what's so weird.
I was looking at the hourly. I see the imbalance on FOMC. It's still open.
I'm going to start drinking early. Pine Tree.
Good morning, Pine Tree Trader. Good morning, Corey, the phone trader.
I'm about to cook me up a fat parlay for the football this weekend. So
there we go. Are you betting college or pro?
Both. I went for the
college is more fun to bet on.
My picks. I went 4 for 4 last week on NFL. So Nick's a non-ball knower. Okay. Yeah, 4 for 4 last week. I almost took the Bills game last night. I'm glad I did it because it was 11 points, and I think they only won by 7 or 10. Yeah, they won by 10. Nick sounds like a Southern saber-tooth. Never heard that one before.
Saber-tooth. They went extinct, but okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So good. We have to kind of go into the shadows of the, we become rare.
Legendary.
Sensational. Oh wow, you took Miami plus 11. That was good. Like they were 0-2. I could kind of see them bouncing back. Maybe not winning, but covering that. That was just too big for me. I was hoping that spread would be like 8.5, but yeah, I just don't like it. I do like Nebraska this weekend though. Someone said gold. What are you looking at on gold? I haven't seen enough.
It just kind of looks like it's consolidating to me.
Yeah, that's kind of
it's in a chop zone.
I think
if you're a good range trader, you might be able to pick that up.
Yeah, maybe so. Perfect description indices right now. One going lower. Well, they're both kind of going lower, but ES is definitely weaker.
It seemed like social media was very bearish this morning, so that's why I was wondering, like, are we going to get a gamma squeeze today?
Go blue. I do like Bryce Underwood. You have to be quiet about your P&L? No, you don't, Carol. I'm right here.
No, because I don't want you to step on the gas. Because if you step on the gas, I won't be able to catch you. But you never know. I mean, hard to say. Or you step on the gas and your account goes down in
exactly.
value.
I mean, just because I step on the gas doesn't mean it's going to go up, So
this is true. Okay, so maybe I do want to flash a big P&L once I get there. There's like this whole psychology behind the trash talking psychology. I used to play golf and like I still, I mean, every once in a while, like I'll go out and hit the golf ball now, but I used to really play. And I used to play with someone that would like right before I'd step up to putt, he would say things to try and get into my head, like to try and make me nervous, like, oh, it's only a 2-foot putt, don't miss it, like stuff like that.
See, I can't do that. Like that's that I would never do something like that.
Oh,
Like that's that's like
legit try and get in someone's head.
yeah, like nah. Like you can say something like walking up to the green, like say
Yeah.
something like that, but right before about the putt, I feel like it's kind of
A
When
low
you flash
blow.
them. Oh wait, is that just me?
yeah. Well, that's definitely just you, Barbie. But yeah, no, yeah, I don't like that at all. But
Yeah,
I've heard some people do yeah, they try to play mind games and stuff like that.
oh yeah, try and psych you out.
Mm-hmm.
That might work, Barbie.
Oh,
Flashing
it 100%
someone.
works. She has
It
a
worked
point.
in pool too. Just or if you just like stand by that corner and like need to check something in your pants, it works every time. Now everyone wants to play golf with me. All these courses around here are private, but the one I haven't checked out yet is Willie Nelson's. This is supposed to be public.
Yeah, you'd have to do it at a public course, otherwise you'll get kicked out of the country club. Or given a free membership.
I think Willie,
I'm not sure
Willie Nelson's
which one.
would be-
Yeah. Willie Nelson's. Golf is fun though. I do miss it. Nick, how's your golf game?
It was good. I went and played 9 yesterday. But no, I played like 15 holes. It just got a little too dark on me. I know it's starting to get darker a little earlier now. Getting close to
winter. Boo winter.
like this is how you know the American government is so corrupt. They cannot agree to get rid of daylight savings time.
Oh.
Like, bro, like
Well, Arizona did.
Like, what are we doing? Like, there's no reason why kids should have to go in at 5 o'clock after they get out of school at 3 because it's too dark out, right?
Mm.
Or some people get like seasonal depression. I never heard that, but I mean, I've heard it, but I haven't seen it. But yeah, I mean, it can definitely in the northern states. I can definitely see it because it probably gets dark at like 4 or 3 o'clock. So, yeah, no, it's kind of BS. But yeah, I played yesterday. I got like 13, 14 holes in. I had an eagle on the second hole. I went a dog leg left, par 5. Went driver 4-iron, and went 5 feet. How do you manage to play golf when you have 2 kids?
Eagle.
Play gold. You just kind of have to time it up a little bit. I'll probably only get out there like twice a week.
Okay, 5-minute orb people are tagged on the short side.
Where are you
Let's
tagged
go. I got in short in the trading competition account at 772.
Oh, nice. Okay, so you're short.
I'm short. Trying to catch Nick in this account.
To see this, so you leaning bullish or bearish? Come on, you can't just give us 2 options there. For me, it's I don't know. I have no idea.
The market's possessed by witches today.
Man,
that's why we're getting the Wicks, y'all. It's witchy Wicks. We are really extended on SPX. It likes to do that though.
Oh, NQ just tested VWAP. Let's see what happens. I'm going to diamond hands this. I'm going to try and hodl it.
what's diamond hand mean?
Like So there's paper hands where you just collapse. It's like not strong. Diamond hands is like you get in a trade and you've got hands so strong like a diamond. It's
Okay,
from
gotcha.
the GME days.
Yeah, it's Wall Street bet stuff.
Wall Street bet
That's
stuff.
kind of enough said there, right?
Sendies, tendies. I love that that's like a cool thing to say now. It's so funny. Like,
Well, my
with
kids tell me that the middle schoolers don't. It's not cool with the middle schoolers.
It's only the high schoolers.
But yeah, it's like only the old, because they're not cool to the middle schoolers now for some reason. I don't understand what's happening. Everybody thinks they're the coolest stuff, but the high schoolers are more chill than the middle schoolers. I don't totally get it.
That's different.
Yeah, the middle schoolers like have to have designer everything, and they all look like little carbon copies. And the high schoolers like actually have their own style.
You said designer?
Yeah,
Oh no.
yeah.
Oh, look.
What kind of
If
designer?
it's well, I mean, it's more expensive than it should be. Like Love Shack Fancy and Aloe, and it's more than the middle school kids should be messing with.
We will retrace to 1 hour busy, then go higher. I'm guessing you're talking about this one. Right there. Yeah, no. On ES. I don't know, man.
Yeah, we're just hanging around 6,700 right now. I mean, for me to buy, I would want it lower, just because, like I was talking about earlier, we get the crazy wicks, and so I have to be extra picky. So I don't want to buy up here.
No, today.
That's why I put this box. This box has been on here for a few days. It's my box of shame. So I'm expecting it to range inside of this box.
Oops.
That's okay. Terry just wants me to keep talking so she can silently whoop up on Nick over there.
WeWap said that you lost a bunch of money during the Wall Street bet days. That sucks. You said you lost roughly $40,000 to $50,000 or K.
That's why we don't follow hype. Don't follow the hype.
Yes, and why I think too, it's like trading with prop firms, trading with MyFundedFutures is so helpful. Like, as we're learning, we can minimize how much we're spending. So yeah, it sucks. I was just typing that a lot of people lost money at that time. So you're not alone.
Yeah, we follow Zach Morris. That was when I first started trading. I followed him on Twitter too, just for entertainment. I wasn't following his stuff. Like that was actually a really fun show until SEC.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then all the drama that fell out with that.
Yeah,
because he had all his buddies too. All these guys have their buddies. The scammers actually work really well together, I've noticed.
Huh.
Oh, here's my trade. It's on the screen. I think
Nick, cheat on it. Look at it.
What are we doing here? She's what? Long? Short?
I'm short. I'm trying to diamond hands this. I almost paper handed it when the price went back to my price, and anything can happen, guys. We are swinging for the fences on this account because I'm behind. Nick is in first place. I've just got to give it my all. I think Ezra made a joke and said, Terry's trading and hiding. Because I wasn't showing, my chart wasn't up, Nick.
Yeah, no, I don't. Definitely a little conflicted. I mean, if you look at the 5-man NQ and ES, just two different things here. So
yeah,
who knows?
and it's the witching day, so we could see like big wicks up, big wicks down, back and forth. I've traded on this type of day before, and that has happened where it was like faking everyone out.
Well, parents know about the witching hour when babies, and especially toddlers, just cannot hold it together. So now that I've associated that, the market's being an overtired and cranky little toddler right now.
Let's see. Nick, Tom, Sabbo will be. Tom's been solid. Yeah, no.
Tom is solid.
Tom's been slow and
He's
steady.
got that slow and steady. Yeah, I mean, slow and steady pays the bills big time, and then some.
Yeah, no. Anything can happen here, guys. He's only 11% back, so it's only a couple $100. So
11%.
It's only the only problem
800?
is I'm not really expecting a big range day, so I don't know how much money there is to be made with some of these moves.
Yeah, that's the that's why I like it being the challenge with the one lot. Although I didn't even know we could take 10 micros. I didn't even try. But
yeah. What's gold doing? Nothing. Let's see. Yeah, he's lower time frame. This is why I like having these boxes on here from 8:30 to like 11:30 or 12. Just haven't really moved much,
kind of what we were expecting, but they want a boring market code.
Oh, wow. Capricorn said Tom was close to blowing the account and made a comeback. That's awesome.
Nice. He may have longed FOMC initially, and then like it went lower, and then it came back. Maybe that's something that happened to him. Yeah, where I don't know where my boy Luke.
Did we lose Luke forever?
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of want him on here before I leave, but
I know. He'll definitely be on soon. We don't know when. I think his computer might be getting recharged. He's fully charged, but I think his computer might still be getting recharged.
That
no.
was classic though. And here's Luke. The ghost of Luke. Is Luke scared of Nick because he's been dominating the competition? Is that what's going on?
Is Luke scaring Nick because of what?
Because you've been dominating the competition.
Maybe so.
You're intimidating.
I'll tell you, the only thing that's intimidating me today is this price action.
Yeah, no kidding.
It is not looking fun.
Do you know when I was first, like the first month of ever trading, I would look at the chart and I would try and like catch every move. Like I would like try and catch like the long, the short, like it was not good. And seeing this price action, like if you do that, you are going to just like lose your account so quickly because it's just like back and forth, right?
Yeah.
Oh, to remember some of the things that I did when I was very first learning, like a newbie. When you're brand new, you don't know what you don't know yet, like, or what you even need to know.
And you don't know what's right.
No, you don't.
Could be doing it all the time, but you start changing it because your P&L doesn't reflect something that your expectation, right?
Yep.
I'll tell you what, Tom, he lives in Europe, right?
Yep.
If he traded in London, I might be cooked because London price action looks way better this morning, at least.
Oh yeah, because that leaderboard is updated from yesterday's end of day trading. So if he's been trading all night, oh man, we have to send him a message. I want to know what his P&L is now. I'm gonna send him.
He's not going to tell you. He's going to make you wait.
No. Yeah, he probably will. He's nice though. He'll tell us. I think he'll tell us
after.
Apparently, just I don't know what that candle was.
Oh dang! Well, my diamond hands are going to turn into paper hands soon. Okay, I'm going to ask Tom. Oh, he's probably still sleeping. Oh no, he's awake.
He's up. It's like 3 o'clock where he's up.
Okay.
It's later in Europe. They open earlier.
Okay, I said, Tom, what's your P&L in the trading competition?
Well, Abby's trying to tell us. Maybe he has back end access.
Okay.
He's like, I ain't gonna tell you. If I were him, I wouldn't tell you either.
I wouldn't either. But maybe, who knows? Maybe his account is close to zero, or maybe it's $10,000. Hard to know.
We'll know in about a couple of hours here.
Oh, Abhishek said, no, Nick, Tom booked 2 losses on London, but I don't know in what account. Oh, yeah, because Tom also live streams. Interesting. Nick, this might be all yours. I mean, I'm getting cooked right now.
Yeah. I'm not
80.
I'm not-
It looks like it wants to take out yesterday's highs.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
What's
gonna
going on over there, Nick?
I'm about to
Nick's
take
telling us
partial.
something.
I went long.
There it is. I thought so.
Oh.
Oh man. Come on. I'm gonna take some partials here though.
Just being a little too quiet over there.
you know I'm cooking. You know I'm cooking. Let's see here. Drag this down. Long at 9:42 a.m. If that means anything.
You got long at 9:42 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna have to investigate now.
It's a good one.
9:42. It's a good one. Nice long.
It is a good buy. They're definitely trying to put the 6,700 area in as support right now on ES. This is very bullish.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, MyFundedFutures says, Tom, I just blew up my account. I'm out.
I don't believe that. Tom's too good of a trader to blow up his account. I don't believe it. It's a psyop.
It's possible because this is all just for fun. Maybe he full sent it.
Nah.
You don't think so? Yeah.
I mean, even our very reliable Ash, I think, even did some YOLOing because it's
Ash kind of had like
fun.
with, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just for
Ash
fun.
had like bad internet all week, so he was it was a weird week for him.
Did you book profits, Nick?
I did.
He's not going to tell you.
It's a free trade. No, I'll say it. Yeah, it's a free trade from here on out.
Yeah, I don't think the leaderboard is live, you guys. So you have to wait. A little bit of patience. You have to see what the final results are. I actually think that's kind of fun.
There's that anticipation.
It's like that end of day drawdown we have. You have to wait till the end of the day, see what you're left with.
Yeah, magnets of the. Come on, Luke. Come on, sneak on here before I leave. Let's see here. So NQ ran previous day high, ES did not. So that's a good way to take partials. Especially on a day like today where it's, quad witching.
Little sus. Yeah.
So
Gold is at the high of the day for gold. That's interesting.
gold, yeah. I kind of wanted lower on gold, to be honest, but maybe it's still inside this hourly gap here. So it could just be doing like a huge retracement, something like this. A breakout, just kind of through there on the lower time frames.
Nice. Ayush just booked profits in gold. Congratulations.
Good stuff. Yeah, I just didn't see that move coming. We had relative equal lows right here. I would have liked a low sweep. Maybe I did it on silver and I just didn't look at it. But yeah, no, I just didn't see it coming, man. Good trade though. It's so crazy to me that what happens once the weekly objectives get hit in terms of like a high or a low on like the weekly, like say it gets ran on like a Thursday and all the assets just kind of go in like hibernation sort of, because that's what I kind of see it's happening. Like it's crazy how the markets work and book and stuff like that, and how price action can be super clean before and on the way to that high or low, and then all of a sudden it hits it and it's just like crap.
Yep. That's kind of the way I look at it too. I've always thought it was like mission accomplished, because there tends to be some spots that'll kind of stand out that are just obvious targets. And then if you're thinking about it, like if you're in that whole play for the whole week or whatever it is, however long it takes to accomplish, you're feeling good when you got there. And so I try to put it in the perspective of the trader that won that trade. What are they going to do now? They're going to get the heck out and enjoy the profits.
Right.
It makes the market make a little bit more sense when you kind of put a narrative to it like that, for me anyway.
Okay.
I think everyone's into gold because of SK overnight, right?
Yeah.
I noticed there's a lot of people watching gold today.
It's become very popular. I even started kind of dabbling in gold a little bit. I feel like it's trending amongst all of our traders. You guys, Tom is out of the trading competition.
Is that official?
That's true. If that's true.
That's what I was about to, I'm always very suspicious. Like, is this some more trash talk?
I know. According to Tom said no for real. I'm out. He just like, right, just for fun, like full sent it. So now we full send. Barbie, what do you think? Like, what do you think in your strategy? Are you just gonna play your natural game and just let the chips fall where they fall, or are you thinking you might? Oh, there's a code. Use code candle50 for 50 free resets. Let us know if you got one. Yeah, I want to hear more about your strategy, Barbie.
I've literally put one trade on it. I mean, I was out. I didn't have the account on Monday, and then I was out. Like, it's, I got to prioritize my real trades first, and so that's just kind of how it's happened this week.
I agree.
But I mean, my whole idea was just to add a trade to whatever I'm already trading. Just add it in a way that'll fit that one lot. So that's what I did yesterday. It's just a trade I was already taking. I made it fit that account, and that's why it's ended up being one trade.
Yeah,
you
no, I was the same. Like Tuesday,
one trade. I don't know about that.
You could. We could. The rest of us could full send it, and then you could win it with that one.
I did the same thing on Tuesday. I didn't size heavy enough on my personals, and then Wednesday after Tuesday, I was like, okay, I really need to actually trade this week and make money, not just do this competition thing, which is fun. So luckily, I got two setups yesterday. So no, that was good. In terms of what to watch for the rest of the day, so we have a SMT at the high here on the 15-minute, and SMT at the low. So we're kind of all over the place. NQ did run the previous day high. I'm out of my long that I had from this morning. I don't know if I'm gonna take another trade after that, but yeah, no, we'll see who comes out on top at the end of the day today. And I
That's why I
recommend
look at
maybe
the
you guys,
market.
if I do
When it's hard
win,
this
maybe you
week,
guys
that's how you
take
look
off.
at it, right?
Huh?
When it's a harder week like this, that's how you look at it. It's like you get your job done and then you get out. So that's kind of the natural tendencies. I don't really want to go against those tendencies for a competition account.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, I will say if I do come out on top, you may want to take off Monday. Maybe take. I might be a little intolerable on that day. So we'll see. I'm just kidding. Not really. All right. I'm gonna see you guys back here on Monday though.
Bye, Nick. Have a great weekend.
Yeah. You too. Good luck, guys. Have a good
Good
one.
luck. Good luck. And now we beat him.
The trade of the
Kidding.
week for
Who
me was
knows?
in options because we got into the OKLO and we're out. I'm out now. There might still be some people in, but that one blessed. Like sometimes you get, that's what I was talking about. Like when you get those trades that bless you during a harder week, you just say, thank you.
That's awesome. Winning.
Not as much in futures though. It's been kind of a slower week. That's why I like having both. I kind of think of it as diversifying my portfolio, diversifying my trading.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to figure out what y'all are on about in chat. I didn't do it, whatever y'all are mad about.
Yeah, so NQ here. Put in the first red candle. It looks like it's forming a second red candle.
The VIX is kind of hot today, but it's the volatility index, and so you can't just say, oh, just because the VIX is coming up, the markets are coming down necessarily, because the volatility is increased just based on the mechanics of the market today.
Yeah, just because of the day, the witching day.
It's not really making an effort to do anything too crazy, but sometimes we end up in walk-ups that turn into gamma squeezes, and so you can't just write the whole day off as it's going to be weird and boring. But yeah, it's one of those that makes it harder to predict, because we're predicting on a normal day, we're predicting how the market's going to work based on normal mechanics. And then just because of the mechanics for today, we know it's going to be weird. So that's why it's hard to predict those trades as much. That's why if I'm taking a trade, it's going to be more picky and more patient.
Barbie, what do you need to see in order for you to determine that, okay, this is a better setup? I heard you say I'm going to be more picky today. Yeah, so kind of.
Yeah, I'd started a video on this, but I didn't end up sending it for editing. But kind of the way that I think about it, so if you have like a play that you're looking at and it has all of these criteria, maybe it has 3 pieces of criteria. It has to have A, B, and C in order to give you the conditions for an entry. Excuse me. If you have all 3 of those, then maybe that's the A setup. And if you have 2, it's a B setup, and 3, it's a C setup. And so you can kind of score it that way. So whatever confluences or confirmations that you're looking for to get into that trade, if they're not there, it's not an A+. So if I'm being picky, I'm going to wait for something that has literally all the criteria and there's no gray area. It's like, yeah, this is the setup. And then I'm not going to front run it. So this probably happens more when I stream later, the London close reversal trade that I look for. But So if I'm looking for a reversal or something, I'm not going to front run it. Sometimes I try to front run things. I'm not going to front run anything if I'm being more cautious. I'm going to wait for the actual break-in structure or whatever it is that I'm looking for, instead of being a little fancy and starting an entry and front running and that sort of thing. And that's because I'm going to have a stop loss on it. And if I'm not picky with that entry or I front run it, it's more likely to get hit by just a volatility wick that it just happened to be there at the wrong time.
Thank you, Barbie. That's helpful. Yeah. Do you guys ever?
Where are the witches? They're everywhere. The market is possessed by witches today.
Yeah, they are everywhere. Do you guys ever front run your trades? I do that sometimes with the 5-minute orb. Sometimes I just get excited and I'll just like jump in. MyFundedFutures says witches even made Luke invisible. They're powerful.
There was a Luke sighting, so.
Nelf does
Do we
sometimes
need to go over the witching? So we've been talking about it, so this will be like just a little recap. But they call it witching, which I just looked up, is because the market gets possessed, or it appears possessed, when we have a whole bunch of products expiring on the same day. So once a quarter, we have quarterly things expire, like the ES futures and the NASDAQ futures. But we also have other products expiring, like options and futures options and stock futures, which are very rare. But there's a lot of products expiring. So if you're not a day trader and like we're getting in and out in 5-10 minutes a lot of the times, but these bigger players are holding positions longer. It takes them longer to get in. It's more methodical. It's taking them longer to get out. So it's going to be a longer trade. Any of those guys that are still bag holding the September contracts got to get out today, because otherwise it's not worth anything. Or they have to take some action if it's a stock option or a commodity future. You might have to take some action on it, and they don't want to do that. They're just speculating. So there's a lot of rotating into new contracts, closing old positions, and anything that has not gotten done yet is getting done today, which means there can be some kind of wild orders thrown around. You're not the witches. Chat's gone off on a tangent here. Y'all walking a thin line there too, by the way.
Ooh, I like that idea. A trading competition between the mods. That would be fun to see.
There you go. We'll each have to get on a team. We can be Team Denny or Team Giga Meg or Team Avi.
I love that. And then we can think of like good cheers. Were you a cheerleader too, Barbie?
No, I was playing soccer, so that was everything. Soccer is life. Football is life. No time for anything else. Actually, no, I'm still doing plenty else, but you only get to do one school sport at a time.
Especially if you really want to be good at it. Like, yeah, it seems like a lot of people, once you hit high school, everyone just kind of funnels in and does one thing. I have been watching I forgot the name of the show. It's Hard Knocks. It's an HBO show on the football behind the scenes. It's so interesting to see. I've been watching the Buffalo Bills season.
I haven't seen that, but I mean, there's just so many good things about sports, whether you're playing really competitively or just in an adult league. It's fun.
It is fun. And like, I think with trading, it's really hard for us to to be good at losing, right? And I've heard people say, like, in sports, in organized sports, like, you do learn how to lose and come back and fight. And it's like the only place that you really learn how to lose, because throughout life, like, how do we learn how to lose and like be good losers and learn from it and just get back up? And yeah, in sports, it seems like it definitely offers that opportunity, and in trading.
I think you need your mind on some other challenge other than trading. Just is kind of like a palate cleanser. You just need something else to do. But I've met like lifelong friends playing sports and things, so I think a lot of it. Listen, I mean, I played soccer forever, and then at a point, like, you don't just want to stop just because you've aged out of school sports. So
Mhm.
that's why adult leagues exist. And then there's a lot more drinking. So
Get to do the adult fun. Yeah, so 10 Trading, who's been on our show as a guest, he was a former professional football player in Europe, and he like till this day, training, like physical training, is still such a normal part of his life, because he said he's been doing it his whole entire life, and that does spill over into trading, like just having that discipline every day.
absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you think about it, the people that you kind of get jealous of and want to aspire to be because they're attractive and fit, like, that comes down to their discipline. They take care of themselves. They meticulous exercise and grooming regimens and all that. And so that's kind of part of it. The way that I've always looked at it is, if I have to become more disciplined as a trader, it's going to spill over into other areas of life. But I mean, that's kind of part of the way wealth works too. There's always like, well, those people are wealthy because they're attractive, so life is easier for them. A lot of times it's kind of the other way around. Like, you have your glow up as you become successful because you're working on all those same skills with the discipline and the patience and all those skills that you really need. You don't see wealthy people rushing around, cutting people off in traffic, yelling at people in lines, and like being general maniacs like that, because the two things can't really totally exist at the same time. You can't have a high level of success and a high level of personal frustration at the same time. So that's why trading a lot of times kind of ends up being a I don't want to say self-help, but self-improvement. That's what I'm looking for, like an improvement, a way to improve your entire life if you do it right.
Mm.
You know what though? Okay, wealthy people value time, but they're some of the most unrushed people in the entire world. Have you noticed that? You just cannot be rushed. The most wealthy people cannot be rushed. So they're not leveraging time. It's not that they don't value time. Time just a different component than it is when you're used to working for amount of dollars per hour or whatever like that.
Mhm. Yeah, it is. It is difficult to get out of that mindset of every day I want to make exactly $200 every day to like replace my paycheck, right? Like that kind of thinking, because the market doesn't operate that way. It's like sometimes the market just gives you lots of opportunities and you execute really well, and you're like, yeah, $20,000 month, and then there's other months where the market's like, ha ha, laughing at you and giving
That's
you,
part of it.
yeah.
Yeah, relating that back to trading, like if wealthy people are more secure financially and in self-confidence and everything. So there's no need to like rush after everything today. So if you want to kind of do that fake it till you make it, you don't want to be betting everything on today and saying that this particular trade, this one right now, has to work out today. It's much more big picture.
Yes, exactly. Barbie, how you've shared with us many times, like to get out of that, like the like gambling type of thinking and see the big picture. And it's like versus like, oh, I've got to make like rent money today on this trade. No bueno.
It's a
Terrible.
little bit of chicken and the egg. Chat's trying to fight with me a little bit. I'm speaking from experience, y'all. I'm like literally telling you from experience. there's if you have this idea in your head of what you want to be like or what your success feels like, it probably feels less rushed and where you're not stressing over every little thing, and it is more big picture. So try to bring that into your trade a little bit too, and trade a little bit more like a wealthy person and think big picture. And don't, I mean, it takes the pressure off of every individual trade if you're trying to think of the big picture and the big plan.
Hmm. Oh, Jennifer is asking about 50,000 subscriber like special. Yeah, it is being cooked up very soon. We will have something special. I'm very excited. We don't know when, soon.
Yeah, I
Hopefully,
like that. Don't chase your dreams, let them come to you. Set up the conditions where your dreams come to you, your trades come to you, 50K bonuses come to you, 50K subscriber specials. That's what I was trying to say.
oh yes, very soon. Anyone book any profits this morning? I'm still diamond handing this short. Ugh, to try and catch Nick. Oh, Chess, you're deep in red. That sucks. Nalf is asking about tips on being more disciplined.
That's kind of a wide open question, but I think a lot of it is just it's mindset. So you've got to keep working on the mindset. But for me, I mean, you can learn these lessons the hard way over and over and over again, or you can put value on them. So that's why we talk about turn the L's instead of losses, turn them into lessons, because um, you can stack a lot of losses up and just take maybe a little lesson or no lesson from them, or you can stack just a couple losses up and take some big lessons for them if you really kind of think about everything that went wrong. Because probably it's either not trading with a complete plan or not trading the complete plan the way it was planned. And that's when you start really kind of getting into that discipline stuff. I know this sounds crazy, but this is like a weird way to relate this. I just cannot stress like how important discipline is, and you have to do it in all areas of your life. You know, I competed in pageants. I was on TV in a swimming suit. If there's isn't anything that will motivate you to get your butt off the couch when you don't feel like it and go get your crunches in, it's because you know you're going to be on TV in a swimming suit. But that's what I mean by like taking care of yourself. It's like no matter what, whatever it is, you want that ideal. You want to not look like an idiot. You want your abs to show in on TV in your swimming suit. You have to take care of yourself and you have to keep that discipline. You just can't keep with the excuses. I could have excused myself to death the entire months that I had to prepare for it, but instead I was like, no, these abs got to be jacked. And so, you know, whatever that motivation is, you just have to tap into it all the time and say, that's why I'm not taking a stupid trade, or that's why I'm not sitting on the couch eating potato chips when I need to go, you know, maybe just have some protein and go for a jog or whatever. But
I need you on speed dial, Barbie. I need to be like, Barbie, I need the speech. Yeah, it is so important.
I understand most of y'all are not old enough, but there was this old Kate Moss quote that is like, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. And she has gotten a ton of shit for that. But it's the same thing. It's like every time she goes to do the thing that she doesn't want to do, she reminds herself why she's not doing it, right? Like every time, like, no, I need to stay disciplined. I need to not take this crappy trade because, you know, nothing feels as good as profit. I don't want to feel that loss. That loss sucks. Why would I want to keep getting this loss when that win feels so good? So I'm going to starve myself with this crappy D trade or C minus trade and wait for the A trade because it just tastes so much better when it hits.
It's that immediate gratification versus your gratification of like the ultimate thing that you want. Like that immediate gratification of like, oh, I want to take this trade because it's like it's moving. It looks like a decent trade versus like I want to make like millions of dollars. The long term gratification.
Yeah, I mean, you can have a little bit of both too. I mean, you kind of you feel good in the short term too, when you're like, yeah, I avoided that. And Nick's talked about this too. I want to credit him on this, but he talks about how one of the biggest or one of the worst things that can happen to you in trading is by not following your rules and then being rewarded for it, because it should just be where you should get happiness from knowing that you followed your rules, whether that's staying out of a trade or getting into a trade. You should have that instant gratification just from that alone, but then it builds up over time too, and that's that big snowball effect that everybody wants. This is a really nasty market. VIX has been just creeping up, and then the markets are trying to creep up too, so this is a mess. It's just a mess. Quick hits if you're doing anything. This is a disaster. I still have this OKLO up though, which is like
Oh, can we
almost twice
see
what I
it?
sold it for the other day. I was looking at the options contract. I'll go over to the chart. Oh yeah, I still have it up there.
Woo!
I mean, this is where we were like, what is going on? We're getting out. It was literally 107, 108 when I was like, I'm not holding these runners anymore. Now look at this thing.
Holy
120.
smokes.
So we were talking about this. It was under 80. We were getting back here. And so we got the move we wanted, and it's just still like, what is going on? So I still have that
Beautiful.
on my watch list. It's just insane.
Man. Beautiful chart. Great trade.
Well, it's gone higher than any of us thought it would. So that's why we're like, out, but it's still squeezing. But that's
Still
what kind of
going.
happens on those low floats, is they can get a lot of power behind them all of a sudden. And then they're doing things that don't make any sense. I think that there's kind of going to be a line in the sand probably forming around 6,700 on ES right now. Where is that? 750 on NASDAQ, that kind of area. Market's kind of staying glued to it. Might kind of end up being our median a little bit today, or the potential pin.
The 750?
Yeah, we're hanging on 750, so like that's where it would, like, if it's going to go bearish, it would probably go bearish below that, and holding above that is more bullish.
That's interesting you say that, because like yesterday when I was trading, I kept noticing like we went through and 750 so many times. Like the market just really liked 750.
I was watching ES yesterday a lot, and it was doing that around 6,700. Yeah, it's kind of that same spot. And the market can kind of get like drawn to these points. And I haven't looked at the options expiries and stuff, but you can go look at where the open interest is on SPX and SPY, like what's kind of left open, and we can end up kind of keep gravitating back towards those. I don't want to try to get into how all the different options things work, but we do have to keep in mind as futures traders the other things that are going on in the market, especially on a day like today when there's options expiring and futures expiring. Hopefully everyone's rolled, otherwise you're probably having a weird day.
Yes, make sure you're in the Z contract in the indexes. MyFundedFutures asks, how do you think Ash trades did?
Oh yeah, he was going. Well, I didn't see the whole thing. I was catching up on it, but like there were so many messages from Ash. He's like, I'm hitting this thing hard.
All for fun, guys. It's so fun. We're just like
that was actually really
having a
that was
ball.
interesting. Yeah, I like seeing Ash in that element. It's like, oh, see, there's YOLO Ash in there. He's there.
Same, Barbie.
How do I choose my instrument of the day? So it's always ES. No, so I mean, I gravitated towards indexes pretty early on in day trading, but I was in options, so I was focusing on SPX and SPY options. There's in the options market, it's easier to trade the S&P 500. There's more products and there's more liquidity on those products. So even though NASDAQ has options products, like they have the Qs, which are great contracts to trade, liquidity is so important. I was just kind of hanging around SPX and got attached to that. So when I switched over to futures, ES was just really obvious. because NASDAQ and the S&P are so closely related in their basket, what they are represented by. There's a lot of overlap, and so they'll end up moving pretty similarly. So that's why I watch both all the time. I'm always watching both. It can give me clues on how they're moving a little bit differently. We're getting that today. So they should be tied pretty closely together. When we have days like this, when it's like a witching day, or if there's big earnings coming up, anything kind of weird going on, like NVIDIA earnings, we got kind of decoupled too, then just the shapes will start being different. So we're seeing that today. We had that initial kind of move up and down on NASDAQ, and then we're trading back above it. But the ES just kind of started lower and is doing kind of a different thing. So it's starting to sync up a little bit on this structure, but it's not totally there yet. There can be little plays hidden in there. So it was an old video, I don't know if it's still up, about the lagging sisters play. And that's just basically when you're looking at multiple indexes and a bunch of them have taken off, but one hasn't. If you feel like you're late to that, if ES takes off, but NASDAQ hasn't made that move yet, and it's kind of still in that nice little sweet spot, then you can enter on NASDAQ. And I do that a lot too. I've been working on my one lot strategies. I don't love one lot trades, but I wish I was better at trading them, because there's a lot of good opportunities with the prop accounts and things. So that's part of why that's the kind of trade I took in the challenge account too. Is just I'm trying to work on those one lot skills. And so I've been kind of like putting those on NASDAQ and then putting my scale in and out on ES. So it's kind of nice to have different instruments to do that from. But my primary index is always the S&P 500. I know its personality extremely well, so I can trade it without having to do a ton of research every day. I can just chart the same chart every day. And it makes life a little bit easier. Like today, I didn't have to redo all my levels because we were opening up in the same area we were messing around in yesterday. So it's kind of simple and easy. I didn't like the idea of having to use scanners and go through all this stuff all the time. But then that way, if I want to trade individual stocks or stock options, it's still really easy because I can just go to these guys. It's the MAG 8 because the chart needed 8 spots. But the tech stocks that make up the ES and the NASDAQ, those are kind of natural to trade too. They make the most sense. So I try to just stick to things that are like each other. That's why when some of y'all are like, what's going on with gold? I'm like, I don't know. Wasn't really looking. I buy and sell options. Stop loss matters. I love options. Actually, that's my foundation of trading. But I was quite the 0 DTE SPX trader, especially when those came out every day. And at the end of the day, I was just like, wait a minute, futures is a lot more simple. So I'll do that instead. I still swing trade options all the time. I'm pretty light right now because we kind of just made all these big new highs. So I'm not carrying a lot, but I usually am. I usually have thousands and thousands, probably tens of thousands on any given day out in options plays. Just waiting, just stalking.
Waiting for the next perfect pitch. Not just swinging for anything.
Well, what kind of separating out the futures as my day trades primarily and options as my swing trades primarily is that I'm not staring at that account and staring at those positions. You see a swing trade go down 15%, and you're like, oh crap, was I wrong? I'm usually not, but that I don't like feeling that doubt, and so I'm not checking on that account as much. I have different pace of how I deal with that account, so it's helped my swing trading by separating things out like that too.
Yeah, I've heard of some traders keep completely separate accounts, like the futures trading or day trading, and then like the options, and then like investing accounts, like just completely separate. So it's very, very clear. Yeah, easier to
And I do
manage.
that too. So I do have a shorter term. I have a smaller options account that I'll keep for shorter terms ideas, just so it's never getting mixed in with my larger stuff in my larger account. Because in options, it's a lot more simple to say, okay, well, this is a $50,000 account, so I can risk 1% per trade or 2% per trade or whatever I'm doing. In futures, it's a little bit different because we're dealing with just straight up margin and notional values and things, and it's not as related to the account value. So it is kind of different strategies and things too, but
Barbie, last minute thoughts before we head out for the week? before the
I
weekend?
am about to head out for the week because I'm not a big fan of witching days, the quarterly ones anyway. But I think we had a lot of really good talks about discipline. So maybe over the weekend we can all kind of regroup our thoughts if we're doing journaling, kind of put our goals for next week on how we're going to tackle discipline next week.
Mm, I like
That's
it.
kind of what I like to do. I like to regroup and kind of think of what should be my mental theme coming into the week.
Discipline. Thanks, guys, for a wonderful week together. We hit 50,000 subs this week together. You guys are all amazing. Thank you so much for being part of our community and to help us grow the community. And Barbie and I will be back on Monday. Please welcome Ash Trades.
Everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back to another segment with myself, Ash Trades. How's everyone doing today? How's everybody's week going so far? The piano is back. You know exactly what that means. That means it's morning time for me. I'm no longer in the future. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Just going to take a moment to welcome everybody into my stream, and then we'll get into the conversation. Good morning, Ice Fire. Good morning, MM. Good morning, Nasir. Good morning, AD. Abhishek, how are you doing today? Good morning, Ezra. Mohammed, good morning. FX, good morning. Solo, good morning. Mike, good morning. Trader HCH, good morning. Andre, good morning. Dave, good morning. Liliana, good morning. Capricorn, good morning. Saju, good morning. MS, good morning. AD, good morning. JC, good morning. Ray, good morning. Super Puncher, good morning. Thiago, good morning. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's week going so far? My trading has blown up in a good way since you teaching the unicorn model and bias. Thanking you, Ash. That was a very kind comment. Thank you, Oats Trades. We will be here working and learning every single week. I know that this week was a little bit different. We had a trading competition here on MyFunded TV, so this week was a little bit more fun with the competition than seriousness. As you can see from my prior live streams, we tried a couple different trading styles. We looked at FOMC. Please understand the difference between my live account and the competition account. For example, I went in during FOMC, like we had talked about on Wednesday, and man, what a ride that was. It quite literally reinforced everything I was saying. That is one of the most volatile times in the market, and that means it is the worst time to get something wrong, right? So, for example, let me just hop over there before we get into today's action. Let me just hop over there so we can talk about it, because, wow, I mean, what a ride. I will never be doing that again. It is just not worth it. And to think that people risk their live account money or their funded accounts on that, no wonder why people are blowing up. You could lose in the matter of seconds, right? So FOMC came out here at 2 o'clock. So where is it? What is this? 2 o'clock is 1400. Yep. So it came out right around here. We took a long right at the open of FOMC. The long goes plus, it was like plus 1400 into profit, and then instantaneously down 2.5K into negative. So look how quick these moves are too, is the thing, is like within one moment, you're plus $1,400 into profit. And if you aren't strong enough in your decision-making to instantaneously take your profit there, the next thing you know it, you're down 3K. So in my opinion, when I sit there and say, FOMC is not something to mess with. When I sit there and say CPI is not something to mess with, it's not. And this was a great reinforcement to show me that I will never be doing that on the live account. It is just not worth it, right? It is pure gambling. It's pure gambling. You have no clue where price is going to go. And when price even goes in that direction, you need to be strong enough in your decision making to make clear and decisive decisions, because the next moment you know it, you'll be down and your account will be blown. Right? So you go from plus 1,400 in profit to a blown account, right? Because most drawdowns are 2K of end of day drawdown. So you would have hit a max drawdown here. And then, that's when you get tilted. That's when, you don't want to come back because you thought you had it, and then instantaneously you no longer have it anymore. So what a ride. I'm so glad that was on the competition account compared to the live account, because that would have ruined the live account. And it's just not worth ruining all of that hard work. I've been in the live account for 4 months now. Do you think that I really want to hand back the last 4 months of work just because of a couple seconds of volatility? No, absolutely not. Luckily enough, right? I have no clue why, because there's nothing that can justify this price action, right? Somehow, at the end of the day, it did come back to where I purchased it, right? So after holding through all of this, we did actually end up green on that trade. Pure gambling. I can't say anything else about it. And I can guarantee you that I will not be doing that in the live account ever. So incredible move. In terms of the rate decision, finally, we got some kind of cut. I'm happy about that. Hopefully we get some more cuts. It makes complete sense that after we got that news, we go and make new all-time highs. So if we hop out here, there we go. Why is it so far back? All right, so it makes complete sense that after we got the news, right, here's the FOMC dip, and then rip, right? So we want cuts. It makes, in my opinion, it makes complete sense to see another new all-time high. Okay. Very happy to see that the bulls are still in control. So in terms of bias, right, I'm not going to change my bias until there's something very clearly and very decisively stating it's time to be bearish, right? And nothing about this price says that. We continue to just keep going higher. So congratulations to the bulls. Congratulations to all those 401ks. Congratulations to any of the retirement plans. Congratulations to any of the long-term bags. We continue to keep seeing new all-time highs. So absolutely amazing. But what a reinforcement to everything that I've been stating here on the live stream. The days to take breaks are FOMC, CPI, non-farm payroll. It's just not worth losing your account for some short-term gratification. Okay? So please hear me clearly one last time. I'm not going to keep repeating myself, but this was only for the competition. I will not be changing my model. I will not be changing my risk management. I will not be changing my trading business. This was only for the competition. I saw Grim was in chat too. Grim, amazing job there on Wednesday. Grim got us a W during my stream. Sorry about the stream. We were in London Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. The stream cut out a couple different times. Apparently, the internet over there is not the best. So unfortunate that my segment ended too early, but I can't. It was their internet. The internet just wasn't working very well. So, but here we are today, back at it again, still in the competition. So we're in the competition account here. You can see we're at 5,800. Okay, so I see that some of the people blew up. We didn't blow up here, even with that huge ride of FOMC. $800 into profit. So what is that? 8%, right? So just under, oh, no, I'm sorry. That is what, 10, 12, 13, maybe like 13% into the profit, something like that. So green to continue the competition. We'll see where we go today. Looks like Nick was in first, so I don't know where Nick's standing now. I don't know if he took any trades, but if we want to even try to win the competition, we'll have to take some trades here. We'll have to see if we can catch up. I think can somebody check the leaderboard if you don't mind? That way we can understand what we got to accomplish here this morning. But before I even start hopping into any trades, once again, quick little risk disclaimer. Do not follow these trades. This is not a signal service, okay? I'm only taking these trades because of the competition, all right? I'm just like on Wednesday, I'm rightfully telling you beforehand, there is no logic behind these trades. I'm simply just doing it to see if we can get into first place. Okay, so this is not my trading model. We are not giving signals. You have to take full accountability of your own risk. Do not attempt to copy me here. Okay, I'm telling you beforehand that I'm doing this for fun. It's a fun trading competition that we wanted to do between the hosts. So we will go right back to our live account next week. And that is where I'm going to go right back to being very serious and disciplined in my risk management. Even more so, as you can see, if you're following along with me on Twitter, I had multiple payouts from that live account. Okay, because in that live account, risk management is the number one priority. In that live account, that discipline is the top priority. Okay, so the live account's still going phenomenal. Very happy about it. A couple more payouts from it this week. We'll see where we go with this competition account. So let me ask you, chat, what type of trades are we doing today? What should we do in this competition account here? What type of trades? Shall we do some support and resistance? Shall we do some inversions? Shall we do some view op trades? Shall we do some what should we do? What type of trading style would you like to see? What do you think? Trend line, breaking trend line, support and resistance, inversions, FEGs. What do you think? Volume footprint, inversions, support and resistance. How about let's take a look at an indicator real quick. Let's take a look at some EMAs. If I could spell. We got the 9 EMA here. What do you think? I'm going to let the vote happen first, and then we'll start hopping into some trades here. See if we can catch up to Mr. Nick. Nick does futures. Wonder if he's still at the top of the leaderboard or not. Looks like inversions or FEGs are on top right now. Give it a couple more seconds. We'll start to hop into them. See, I'll give it just a couple more seconds, then we'll hop into it. All right, let's see. Looks like inversions and FVGs are leading the way. All right, let's take a look. So this had a decent move there, right? You had a bearish FVG here that found resistance for price, and it got rejected from it. Let me take this off so we can see it clearly. Right, nice little 1 minute FVG, provided resistance to price, sent it below the lows. Decent move there. Let's get out on a higher time frame, see if there's any FVGs below us. So we're sweeping a swing low there. See if maybe we close back above it. Not seeing any FVGs in here just yet. How about, where's that? Okay, 930. I know everybody loves to use the first presented FVG, right? Looks like this may be the first presented. 930, take a look. Looks like this may be the first presented. So if this is the first presented FVG, somebody, I know that's a concept within the community, so we'll see what happens here. Do they inverse the first presented, or do they find support from it? So finding some resistance from it. Let's take a look at ES is already heading lower too. That was a beautiful short there from this FVG. Already ran below the lows. I wouldn't look at that anymore because price already had the move lower. So we'll see if this first presented FVG provides any type of support. So any questions, any information as we're waiting and watching? It looks like the vote goes for inversions and FVGs. So today we'll take a look at some inversions and FVGs for some trades. So feel free to throw any types of questions or information in the chat as well as we're waiting and watching. So definitely something to take a look at here. NQ running above previous day high. ES failed to run above previous day high. Right, so you have a crack in correlation there. Very clear crack in correlation, so it makes sense for the lower prices in my opinion. Price still respecting bullish unicorn for now. I don't see any bullish unicorn, so I'm not sure what chart you're looking at, but I disagree with that statement. Sweeping out the lows here. See if we get some form of displacement after sweeping out the low. I don't think there's an FVG in here, so nothing to do there yet. See if they want to potentially create a bullish FVG. So let's wait one more minute. If this turns into a bullish FVG, we can get our first trade in. See what happens here. Take a look at this here. So was that 16 points, $320? Maybe target the highs again. So in about 30 seconds, we'll see if we get this bullish FEG here. Since chat participated and voted for FEGs and inversions, we might be able to get our first trade here. We'll take a look in another 15 minutes. 15 seconds, sorry. All right, so let's see if we can get the longs here. If they want to dip back into the FEG, we'll look at a long from there. Would look like this here. See if we'll get the entry on the long. Ash, could you please show us how to configure your Tradeovate trading platform on TradingView? There's nothing to do here. You go to platforms, you sign into Tradeovate using the credentials for your Tradeovate account. And then right now I'm in the Tradeovate account executing on TradingView. So there's nothing to configure. You just got to sign in on the trading platform down below using the Tradeovate tools, Tradeovate sign-in. If you're talking about MyFundedFutures, make sure TradingView is enabled. So it looks like you got the entry for the long. We took out the swing low. After taking out the swing low, we got a bullish FEG. We then entered at the bullish FEG. Now we're in a long. We'll see if we could target the highs here. See what NQ wants to do. What do you guys think? Throw it in chat. Is it going to be a W? Is it going to be an L? Do you think we're going to keep heading lower? Will we find some kind of bounce here? What do you think? What is the risk? It's 16.5 points, right? So 16.5 points times 20. Oh, wow. What a push there. What a push there. Well, if anybody took the long and want to take your profit already, there you go. What is that? 27 points. If you want to be done with that already, what a push. Right? If you want to take $350, go ahead. Be my guest. Where did that pump come from? 1052? What just happened? Where did that come from? Was there some kind of news or something? That quite literally came out of nowhere. Let's see if they want to pump it back to the highs. Apple news? What's the news? Ash, isn't this normal market behavior? No, you got to understand that today's quad witching. Okay, the options expiry. The market is definitely not this type of weird volatility during normal days. Options expiry definitely makes a difference. Talks with China were positive. Talks with Trump were positive and constructive. Because you took the long, Ash? Yeah. No, they don't. The market does not care about the simulated one contract entry. Definitely not. Pumps from everyone following. Yeah. You guys got to understand you're executing on simulated accounts. There's a difference here. Apple bringing out physical keyboard phone. That would be pretty cool. So Apple created the pump, maybe? Let's take a look at Apple real quick. Oh, wow. Nice move on Apple there. Apple is definitely bullish. Beautiful move on Apple. You got to understand the weight of Apple as well, right? Apple has a large weight in the indexes, so that definitely makes sense for the move. But is that enough? Or was that a random pump? So who took profits there? For anybody that took the long, did you get out there on that pump? Did you take $300? Did you take $400? Whatever it was? Or are you still in? What are you doing now, right? Did you TP or did you move stop loss above break even? Are you still in with the normal position? It wasn't random. It was Terry market buying. Terry full porting. So here's that conversation about break even that we always have. So all the individuals that move their stop to break even, right? You just got taken out of the trade for a 0 result. So in my opinion, instead of doing break even, just leaving the stop where it has always been, right? Accepting the risk before the risk is taken, that's what I would rather do. Okay, so in my opinion, either when you're plus $300 in profit, just take the profit, close the position for a profit, or hold the position where it has been the entire time and wait to see if your take profit can get hit. If you were the individual that moved your stop loss to break even, you're out for a 0 result. And now, look, we're back to plus $300 in profit. You see what I'm trying to say? I'm just not the individual to be moving stops to break even. And we have that conversation all the time. And we get those results all the time, right? The individual that moved to break even here just got taken out at break even. Right? Like if you're so scared to be in the position, then instead of moving to break even, just get out of the position when you're in profit. Just take your money. You have to know when to move it to break even? No, see, that's what I'm trying to say is don't move it at all. If you want to get out of the position, just take your profit. Right? If you're moving your stop loss to break even, you're rightfully saying, I'm allowing them to take me out here. Right? If you want to get out of the position, just take your profit instead. All right, chat. Will we get a second pump here? What do you think? Ash, why are we longing against the daily bearish SMT? Because there's no logic behind this trade. I already provided my disclaimer telling you that this is a competition account. I quite literally did a poll in chat to see what type of positions they wanted to see today, because I'm not sitting here providing logic. I'm not making decisions. I'm just having fun in the competition account. Okay. This will, next week, when we go back to my live account, you'll see that we'll go right back to our discipline, our model. This was only for fun of this week's trading competition. We'll go right back to the discipline next week. Go right back to how I trade the live account. Ash, if you're playing for fun, only click the mouse with your feet. I don't know if I'm even that flexible to get my foot all the way up here. Did you buy something in London? Do you mean like in regards to trading, or do you mean like a fun souvenir, or do you mean like buy dinner? What do you mean by that? I'll tell you what, the fish and chips, that was so good. That was so good. Souvenir. I'm not a huge souvenir individual. I don't really have like little knickknacks, so I actually didn't bring any souvenirs home. But what an experience that was. You guys have a beautiful place over there. Central London was absolutely gorgeous. Not even a magnet for the fridge? No. Just not really a souvenir individual. So got 1.6 there on the trade. Multiple different take profit opportunities. Once again, I'm going to say it again. I understand that I sound repetitive. It's because this is how I approach my trading. Instead of moving your stop loss to break even, right? If you wanted to take profit, just close the position when you're in a profit. Instead of doing break even. Good trade, Ash. I take zero credit for the trade. As I've been trying to explain to everybody, there is zero logic being provided. I put a poll in chat asking them what type of trades they wanted to see. Since they wanted to see FVG trades, the first FVG that was presented after that poll was ran, I took that position. So there was no decision making behind it. So no credit to take there. Trying to read your face during these up and down movements. I completely stand by everything I say. Like when I'm telling you that you have to detach your emotions from price fluctuations, that is literally how I feel about price. So you tell me, during this trade, has my face, got very euphoric? Has it got very scared? Is it, what do you think? It's going to really change the outcome of the trade, right? If you care about the trade, if you care about the money, if the money makes you feel some sort of way, all of those emotions are going to make you do different things in terms of management. So all the break-even traders getting taken out once again. Right? Like, why not take plus $400 instead of $0? Ash, I've been with the prop firm for 8 months, and today I received my first payout of $370. Let's go. Congratulations. It feels small, but I really value your motivation to keep pushing forward. You're either green or red. Size doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you either made a withdrawal or you didn't. So give yourself credit for all of the time and the energy that you've been putting into your work. Congratulations on the payout. Don't allow it to create some kind of overconfidence, okay? Make sure that you're still sticking to your risk management. Make sure that you go back. Whenever you go back to trading again, make sure that you focus on controlling your emotions. Make sure you control your risk management. That way you can get to a second payout. Right? This is only the beginning. So stay focused, keep your risk managed, and keep moving forward. Congratulations, though. Throw a W in chat for him. Amazing job getting the payout. Amazing job. So we'll see what Price wants to do here. Now we're in some drawdown. Will it go to stop loss? Will it bounce? What do you think, chat? And there's the stop there. So minus what, 350? Minus 350 for, let's review it real quick. So the trade gave multiple entry opportunities here, along here, along here. Both of those entry opportunities went 1.7R. All right. Note this down for next time, right? Note this down for next time. Plus 28 points. So instead of moving your stop to break even after you get a decent bounce, accepting plus 28 points, note that down for next time. It took out the low. Let's see if it creates another FEG. Let's hop into another one. Looks like FEGs are still at the top of the list in terms of what type of trades to take. Guys, what happened to Luke? Yeah, what did happen to Luke? Was he able to ever get on stream here today? Ash, would you rather get break even or take a loss? I would rather take a loss. I think the position was self-explanatory here. You just watch the execution on the screen there. So any other type of trades as well? Would anybody like to see any other type of trades? support and resistance. This might be support here. Let's take a look. Yeah, we did bounce here multiple times, so we'll hop right back in. We'll see if this could be an area of support. We'll do support and resistance. So let's hop back in. Using this gray box as support, and this would be a clear resistance here. So let's see if we can go for, we'll put the stop right below the support, and we'll put the take profit at resistance. Price not finding any support there, so there's your support and resistance so far. Another $200 there. I still want to see if that's support though. Let's see if ES takes this out or not. Second attempt, yay or nay? Second attempt at support, yay or nay? Isn't this competition messing up your discipline a bit? No, absolutely not. I'll be able to go right back to my live account, understanding that my risk management is the #1 priority, without a doubt. No, this doesn't change how I'll be trading my live account. If you guys can't make that difference in your mental and emotional intelligence, then don't participate. My strategy is the unicorn model. If you go on my YouTube, you'll be able to see it. I have an entire playlist for it. That is what I actually trade. Ash, have you traded based on foot charts or order flow? No, I haven't. That's not something that I do. Trade on moon cycles, yeah. We'll have to try that. Ash, are you rich? Yeah, I have a very happy life. I'm very happily married. I have a great family. You have to understand being rich has nothing to do with a monetary outcome. It has everything to do with you being happy, healthy, having a good family. A financial standing, that's not rich in my opinion. Being rich is having a happy family, a healthy family, a good marriage. So it doesn't look like the area of support is finding any support here. We're just consolidating at it. Still making lower lows there. It's creating a small trend line there as well. By your trading standards, you don't supposed to be trading today. You must just be joining the stream. Just rewind my segment. You'll see what's going on here. I told you to short, Ash. Stop trying to long here. All right, let's go short because Adam said so. There is your short, Adam. Let's see if support has broken, and we'll see if we'll continue lower. We're looking at that area as support. Price is now falling through it. Adam wants us to take a short. We're going to take a short. We'll put stop loss above the support. That way we'll see if support being broken could be turned into resistance. Bit late of an entry. Your entry should have been at the highs. Yeah, so see guys, this is why you never listen to anybody else, right? They'll tell you to short, but then they'll tell you that you should have shorted from the highs, right? So it's a little late on that comment as well, just like the short is a little late. On top of the fact that, chat, you should never be listening to anybody else. Ash, how do you explain to your barber how to cut your hair? Fade on the sides, we leave the top, and then we line up the beard. Ash, how do you stay so leveled with everyone shouting demands from this chat? You got to understand that nobody makes decisions for me. I make all of my own decisions. It really doesn't matter what anybody says here in chat. I take full and complete ownership of all of my own decisions. So it really doesn't matter what anybody says because I take ownership of my own business. So I know that all of my own actions come from all of my own decisions. All right. Somebody else's opinion is not going to change the way that I execute. Somebody else's opinion is not going to be the reason why I execute. All right. So Adam, I hope you know that I wasn't trying to be negative there. That's why I hopped in the short. It doesn't really matter. I wasn't saying you were right. I wasn't saying you were wrong. It doesn't really matter what happens on the screen here because, again, this is just for fun. It's a competition account, and I would not trade my live account like this. So if anybody can't understand that we're having fun today, then I don't know what else to tell you guys. I was trying to tell you guys that on Wednesday as well. We all know that Adam said to enter shorts before you entered one at the support. Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to tell you is it has nothing to do with what chat is saying. It has nothing to do with that. Another stop right there. So everybody make sure you listen to Adam. You short at the highs, you do not short at the lows. Ash, what are your hobbies outside of trading? The gym. The gym is my best friend. I normally go to the gym right after my trading session, and then real estate as well. Wait, aren't we supposed to buy high and sell low? Yeah, absolutely. No real estate in other countries. Do you trade gold futures? No, I haven't traded gold futures. Take long. We have liquidity plus FEG plus OB plus EQ on ES. Wait for price to hit 6691. All right, 6691 from Sagiv. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. 6691. Six, 691. This one is for Sagiv. Sagiv is saying take long. We have liquidity plus FEG plus OB plus EQ on ES. Wait for price to hit 6691. All right, let's see if we can get the long from 6691. 6691, low volume pocket. Let's see. Tagged us in. Let's see if we get the bounce for Sagiv. What is he doing? Chat, I really don't know. I don't know how to make it any more clear. We are having fun today. We are having fun today. We had fun on Wednesday. We had fun on Tuesday and Monday. This is a trading competition. We are taking random trades just to get in and out of positions. If you guys don't want to have fun, just show up next week. Next week, we are going right back to trading my live account exactly how I trade for real. Looks like gambling, man. Yeah, we are definitely gambling today. Def on tilt. Yep, I am fully tilted. We are full porting the entire account. Oh, Sagiv with the bounce. Sagiv, are we taking profit now? Where is Sagiv? Where is Sagiv? What are we doing with your long? Sagiv says yes. W Sagiv. Sagiv said take TP. Everybody throw a W in chat for Sagiv. Let's go. Congratulations to Sagiv for the beautiful long idea. Huge W. Let's go, Sagiv. Huge W for Sagiv. Amazing job there. 6991. Only 1 point of, no, 3/4 of a point. Only 75 cents of drawdown. Amazing job, Sabbo. Amazing job. Amazing job. All right, we got another 5 minutes. Who gets the next position here? Let's see who comes up with the next good idea. Serious Ash, Monday through Thursday competition, Ash on Fridays. We have a MyFundedFutures competition that was from Monday to Friday of this week. Okay, that is why we're doing a different type of trading style right now. It was for the fun of the competition. Okay. Ash, limit 2704. 2704.5. 8-point SL. SL if stopped along 24681. Okay. This one is for Ray. Let's see if Ray gets the sniper entry down here at the lows. We only got 3 more minutes though. Are we going to even get down there? Someone market smash shorts to send us lower 2-hour long entry. Petition to tell Ash there's a competition going on every week. Yeah. We will trade chat moving forward. Instead of trading the unicorn model, we will trade chat. Whatever chat says moving forward. All righty, last minute here, chat. Last minute here. I don't know about you guys. I had a lot of fun this week. Finally getting a chance to step outside the model, have some fun with chat. Be a little more interactive, throw more trades on the chart. Take it for what it is. I threw out all the disclaimers out there. You understand that this is not how I trade my live account. I will be going right back to my discipline. So don't get it confused. This was for the fun of the challenge. I hope everybody enjoyed. It looks like unless everybody blew up, right, I'm just about above break even on the challenge. So I doubt I'll be winning the challenge, but nonetheless, I'm very happy that we got to engage, go back and forth, look at some different ideas, just take random trades, have a little bit more fun instead of being serious all the time. But I do have to say, I will be going right back to my discipline. I will be going right back to my live account. So I will be going right back to how I trade. Okay, so thank you for the time. We had a great week. I really appreciate every single one of you. Let's go ahead and hand the mic over to Tom, and let's see how Tom finishes up his competition. Have a nice day, everyone.
Hello, everybody. We're back again. Hey, what's up? Oh my gosh, so good to be back again. And first of all, thank you, Ash. Great session. I was enjoying listening in. As always, W's for Ash. Welcome. What's happening, everybody? How was the week? We're here to sabotage everybody and everything. Happy Friday. Is it Crazy Friday again? I think it is. It is Happy Friday. Thank you, Ash, again. I always enjoy listening to the session. And yes, it's, it was a fun trading session, interactive with the chat. I kind of like that. I kind of like it. How are you guys? I'm going to say, so we will, the usual wee-wop, the wee-wop man. What's up? Special hello to the hosts and mods, Abhishek, Danny, Magnus, and everybody else. What is going on? How was the trading day so far? It was kind of interesting, right? It was kind of interesting. It's Friday. Yeah, finally we can recharge. Don't forget that. It's Friday. We talked about that many times. Trader H, good to see you. FX Samesh, hey. Ethan. Ayush, hello there. Coop, what's up? Who else can I? So many names. Ezra, hello there. Yoltz, yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing week. So you got into gold, nice. All right. Yeah, interesting how NQ actually took out some levels here, and it was quite amazing to see. So. Hey, what's up, N1? Yeah, it's slow. Right now, this is the slow, taking the stairs down and, the slow grind continues lower. I guess there are still some levels to go to, but I'm going to explain how I saw the market so far. And I did some profits on my funded accounts, so I'm super happy about that. I think overall, averaged around $1,000 in multiple funded accounts, but it's $200 here and there, and I'm okay. Hey, MM, what's up? Nasir, what's up? Stop loss matters. It does. Hello there. Well, about the push higher, I'm not really sure. Right now, yeah, so we're getting closer to that launch hour as usual, but we still have time for some possible setups. We'll see if there's going to be some liquidity sweep lower. Now, here, that would be a London low. Actually, let me put a line there, and I'm going to go through what I think about this level here. I'm going to just write London low here. Okay, at 655. So that would be interesting. Gardening, that is going to happen real soon. We're setting up everything. My favorite football club. Oh man, I don't really, I'm not really into football, so not really following these teams or what's happening. Bob, hey there. Current plan for gold. Let's check on gold, all right? Because gold was actually interesting. Remember, guys, yesterday I talked about this 3-minute supply zone here. Yesterday I told you guys this exact level in my session, like sooner or later this supply zone should be taken out. And as you can see during the Asia session, it perfectly went higher. So at least that kind of gives me a bit of an extra confidence that the zone got taken out. I mean, here was the complete destruction of the zone after the 9:30 open on gold. But right now that we took previous day high, well, as far as I can tell, I mean, this was the NFP news, the NFP FOMC news. Come on. I wouldn't be surprised if gold would stay bullish, especially, yeah. So especially when you look at, and this is just a 3-minute chart, quite interesting. There is a 3-minute, not the most beautiful one, but it's a 3-minute supply zone right there, starting at 37.18. Let's check this on the 5-minute as well. What can we see here on the 5-minute? Yeah, 5-minute chart also, I mean, still interesting. There's if we're looking at the technical side on gold, there's another order block / supply zone starting at 37.19. Opening of this candle is at 37.20.1. 37.20.1 right here. So actually we have 2 order blocks at this position. If we suppose that this is a pullback, we can still continue higher. There is definitely room for the upside. No structure shift on the 5-minute, not even on the 3-minute chart. So I would still definitely keep this on the bullish side if you guys are trading gold. So we'll see. Is there going to be a rally on Friday? I'm not so sure. Let's get back to NQ. Because, oh yeah, and talking about NQ and talking about what we discussed yesterday. Oh, this is the one. Sorry. Let me just go down to the 1 minute here. Yesterday during my session, I know I took a trade. And it actually took me out, unfortunately, with a stop loss. So here was my stop loss right there. This is the trade that I took live on stream here. And unfortunately, it took me out. But eventually, if you guys remember, I told you guys that I would love to see that level, this 1 minute demand zone, to be taken out before the 4 p.m. close. And look at that. Just at 3:48, it got perfectly taken out. It was, I was kind of feeling the FOMO, but it is what it is. You know, look at that, perfectly taken out my stop loss and then moving to my original target. Sometimes it's kind of frustrating when you see that. Do you think ES keeps pushing lower? Just a quick look on ES, sorry. Let's look at ES. Why is my trading view so slow? Okay. ES 5-minute chart. I'm not so sure about the push lower. I would rather see this go higher. But we're still inside of this range, and you know, we have this, okay, Thursday, okay, nothing else. I'm trying to justify a possible demand zone lower, but I don't really see anything. Oh, there are winners. Congratulations. I just see it in the chat. Okay, so I don't see any level on the downside. Look at this candle here. I mean, this liquidity sweep on the downside and up here yesterday, we're still within this range. So this would be a coin flip to decide which direction is it going to go. And I just definitely don't have a setup or even a possible target on ES. Long at 704. Let's see. Let's go back to NQ. 704. Yeah, we got back to midnight area. There is a 15-minute fair value gap here at 697. Actually, I'm going to put a line there, and then we can go through some of these technicals that I wanted to show you guys. And then we will have some good topics again. What time frame, demand and supply zones do you trade? Anywhere between the 1 and the 15 minute. So on the 1 hour, that's also good, but usually I find the levels that I'm looking for anywhere between, well, the 2 minute, not so much, and not so much on the 4 minute. So mostly the 1 minute, a 5 minute, and 15 minute, and sometimes the 3 minute chart is what I'm looking for. Because technically we are looking for is intraday levels, like intra-session levels, if I can call that. because the name of the game is always like, where is the draw on liquidity? Now, this is a 15-minute. I'm just going to write this here before I forget. 15-minute. That's BC, right? Buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency / fair value gap. So that BC down there at 697 could be holding some liquidity. And that's like 34 points away. If you really want to go for it, I mean, there was a sweep here, market structure shift here. Yeah, if I would really want to jump into a trade, I would go short on this one for that 15-minute BC down there. But look at there's no significant fair value gaps, no significant areas for liquidity, not even a zone that I could go here. But the problem is there's no zone on the downside as well. Nothing. Absolutely zero. So in this scenario, if you want to force it, the only thing that's left is the fair value gap for liquidity. But that's it. Nothing more. Today was hard, but let me just tell you what I was kind of anticipating. We had this beautiful 5-minute supply zone from the Asia session. It was actually creating the Asia high as well, starting from around 739. And during the London session, this beautifully started to go higher, like slow grind. Actually, it took some time to reach that trade that level. And then after the open, the only thing I did, and this was my trade in the New York AM session, after the market open, I saw the rejections or the push actually from the downside here. So I jumped in on the trade on this fair value gap. And so I was just targeting the supply zone up there. So I jumped in here, took the position. It was like around 20 something points. And that was it. That's the thing I took. And so far, that's it. Ever since then, it's just a slow grind. Just a slow grind. So what can we do, right? But if you have any questions about technicals, setups, or levels, let me know. I'm happy and glad to explain it of what I see or what I think. So how was your day, everybody? So anybody is in the green, anyone is maybe in the red. Now it's Friday. You got to preserve your mental capital. That's what we do on Friday. And of course, some crazy trades, right? I did like the idea that Ash was letting you guys trade his account. Come on, Trader H. What happened? What happened? Big green with gold? Congratulations, P-Doggy. Past the 50K scale eval on the sell. Ricky, that is awesome. Captured longs on gold. Oh, I like that. Trader Lexi, come on. Overtrading, I guess. What was the bias? Everybody was long, looking for some new all-time highs, or if I would have to guess, I think you guys were actually making some gambling trades at the open, right? Because usually that's what happens. But anyway, congratulations for those of you who made some profits. And if you're in the red or if you lost some account, it's hard, Trader H. And that's why I always keep saying that you need to preserve your mental capital for the weekend, because that's the biggest asset that we have in trading. We need to build up confidence for the next week, building up that extra confidence. It's definitely, if you're in the red full port, it depends on how much drawdown you're left with, and can you restart the next week if you want to. $10 is green. That's green. That is actually green. Okay. So I see all kinds of stories happening. Yeah, it was somewhat a difficult session. On my end, entering so fast. I mean, just a few minutes after their open was a bit of a gamble on my end too. And I was only doing it with like 5 micros. It was definitely a bit of a gamble, but it worked out fine. But it was actually, my stop loss was here at 733, and look at how close it got to it, like 737. I almost got stopped out. But you got to size down. It will make it much, much easier. So anyway, it's good to hear that some of you guys made it. And again, if you finished up in the red, still, you got to do the reflections. I told you guys, if you don't have a scorecard, create one. Actually, I will upload one that you can download. I think it will be a great thing for you guys to download that. Did you full port today for the competition? Yeah, you can say that, Bob. Yeah, you can say that. I can tell you, Bob, in advance that I am not going to win the competition. So I burned my account to the ground, so it's over for me. But I think Nick is going to be the winner. Maybe Terry is pulling it up there. Who knows? Terry and Barbie definitely engaged, so who knows? Maybe they will get there. Yeah, the downloadable scorecard. I think it would be a great thing. So yeah, I was doing good. I was doing it. I made some decisions here and there, so I burned it. I thought I'm doing good, but then I thought, oh no, it's not good. Hey, it was for fun. So actually, I'm joining Matt on the island. when we just watch the others, getting for that victory. Don't worry about the bragging rights. I'm still fine. Oh yeah, Abhishek is picking the winners. Nice. Okay. So yeah, I thought that I can pull up some tricks here and there, but I just didn't make it. So I didn't make it. What's the plan for this weekend? Oh, I thought this for me. What happened to Terry trades? Nothing. Actually, she just also went a little bit like heavy, I guess, on the account, and it's in the cards. Obviously, it's for fun, anyways. But I know that she's still very. She really wants to get Nick at the top. So who knows? And I don't even know. Maybe Barbie did some good trades. It will be better, Rafael. Don't say that. So any trade ideas? I'd like to hear your ideas where this market would go. Maybe I can take a paper trade. And again, let me just clear that. The competition account was a different thing. All right. The purpose of that was not to, obviously I told that yesterday to Matt too, like the way I was trading and going a little bit degen on the account was definitely not something I would ever do on any of my funded accounts or even a cash account on my personal account. Definitely. One day, actually on the FOMC day, just to let you guys know, my drawdown was extremely big. Like it was like almost $4,000 of drawdown. I was holding a trade through the whole press conference, I think. So I was just lucky to survive the FOMC. I was definitely going crazy. See, I'm not going to win. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not going to win. My account is gone. So I can tell you that. But Nick is going to win, most likely. Go long on ES now. What is happening on ES, by the way? What is happening on ES? Okay. Well, it definitely started to go higher. We swept a fair value gap here. That's true. We swept the fair value gap. And let me look for some levels. No zone, that's for sure. Definitely nothing. The problem with this, that even if it's going to go higher, if I don't see a valid target, I just can't jump into ES or any market for that matter. Hey, Hubby, what's up? So without the target, I actually, this morning I was asked, like in my stream, like, hey, Tom, what is exactly your trading model? And I said this to you guys a few times, that Yeah, I won your hearts. All right, thank you, Abhishek. So if first of all, I need to find a good target, a good level. Without having a good level, which would be the draw on liquidity, the name of the game. Without that level, I just cannot engage. Even if I see the ICT 2022 entry, even if I see a nice pullback or retracement to a fair value gap or an inversion gap, I just cannot take that trade, because if you would take all those trades, all those setups, you would definitely burn your account sooner or later. So you need those targets, you need those levels. Now, my two levels for today were this, one here and one up there. This one I was able to trade on my fundeds. That was cool. On the downside, I see nothing. And this is only because I'm only watching these levels. So yes, that's true. That's true. Byte Logic, we have relative equal highs up there at 815. So if you really want to go and go for it, those all-time highs wouldn't be actually a bad idea. But I think you would need like a 3 or a 5 minute time frame confirmation. There was a structure shift on the 5 minute here, and it seems like it's shifting this candle as well. So not a bad idea to go for the relative equal highs up there. So, but we're just still talking about technicals. So exactly. Giveaway section is not my department. You got to ask Abhishek. He's the one. He's doing it. Yeah. Trading on Friday is the worst thing you can do. So yesterday, I was talking about, some of you were asking me which is my favorite day to trade and which is my least favorite day to trade. It's always Friday. For me, I don't say I hate trading Fridays, but my least favorite day is definitely Friday. And exactly because if you are doing good throughout the week, and for example, from Monday till Thursday, you were doing a good job, you got to remind yourself on Friday that you can't give that back to the market. Even if you're just in a small green, even if you're in break even, if you're starting out your Friday at your break even for the week, that's basically the same thing. Ending up break even for a week is actually a win. So do you really want to risk that by giving back to the market? I mean, going to drawdown or something. I think maybe the best thing to do for Fridays, and that's what I usually try to do. I mean, not always, because today I was trading fundeds, but I think one of the best things to do is to go with an evaluation account and small size. You can still look for some valid setups, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing to no Deep, no Friday guarantee. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing to trade on a Friday. Coolest radio voice. Tune in. It's 19.1 FM at MyFunded TV. Your host, Tom Sabbo. And after Matt, we're going to do the bedtime stories for Friday. So stay tuned. All right. I'm just saying that trade small and stick to your system. All right. Pick someone. I just can't pick. I don't even know what or who to pick, It's Abhishek's job. He has to handle that pressure. You got to handle that pressure. I'm going to do another one. Bedtime stories with Matt and Bull Barbie and Terry trades after 5 p.m. Eastern Standard, 19.1 FM, MyFunded TV, rated R. No, actually, we're not going to say that. I'm kind of going crazy here on Friday. What I'm trying to say is actually, we were joking. So we are actually preserving our mental capital. That's what we do. All right. That's what we do. And if you blow up your account today, as I saw a few of you, then definitely stick around for Matt and my segment as usual. What you can do, the best thing, if you're actually done everything wrong, on the week. You were on a losing streak, you blow up a few accounts, and you blow up some accounts on Friday. Then one thing to help you to get out from that mental or that bad state of mind is to still do the reflection. Try to be honest with yourself. What did you do wrong? What was actually the problem that were causing you to go on tilt? We talked about the snowball effect. It all starts from second guessing yourself. Second guessing yourself starts from deviating from the plan. Deviating from the plan starts by not having a plan. By not having a plan, starting from not doing the daily routine, by not doing the daily analysis, etc., etc. So we can reverse engineer the whole process. You got to find what was the problem that actually caused you. Yeah, we all know the problem is. We all know it's always the same. Overtrading, oversizing, it's always the same. We know that. But you got to find the cause, the core of the problem. What really brought you to that point? What was the trigger that actually you couldn't accept that loss? The trade that you entered was not a proper A+ setup. Then ask yourself, why did I enter? You did not have a proper target on your chart. You didn't do your analysis. There are some questions you need to answer when you reflect back to your week or to your day. But whatever it was, if my week, or if anyone, if my week would have been like full of red days, and even if I would have blown up some funded accounts or evaluation accounts, yes, relax on the weekend, recharge, but also relearn a little bit. Whatever it is, your entry model or the system that you're using, I would say relearn a little bit. Go over your edge, and I'm not just talking about the entry model, the context, the market conditions, and all the details, right? So we got to understand the big picture. And that's what I'm saying. You can use the weekend to learn a little bit about yourself. Self-reflection. Nothing wrong with that, but you got to be honest with yourself, all right? Got to be honest with yourself. Yeah. So just saying. Let me know if you have questions about that. Hey, Fielkos is here. Welcome. What's up? Cal, good to see you. It looks like it still wants to go. So if you guys are looking for relative equal highs, it can still push it. Yeah. So yeah, and obviously, if you just trade out of boredom, that's also an issue. When you see all the chop and all the sideways action, and you're not seeing your targets, you don't have proper levels on your chart. I'm kind of having this problem nowadays. Like, I'm definitely able to sit through a session without pulling the trigger, but I know the feeling, and that's why I turned to gold. Maybe I shouldn't, because if there's absolutely nothing happening on NQ, sometimes I just, look at gold like maybe there's something to do there. And that's only because I just feel the need to push the button, and I should just, tone it down as much as possible. If you can't sit through boredom, you obviously can sit on your profits as well if you're in a trade, because most traders think the hard part is finding entries, but it's a wrong thing. The hard part is sitting through the chop, sitting through the silence, sitting through, yeah. And then sitting on profits when you finally catch the move, that's the real thing. If you can't survive the boredom, then obviously you'll never survive the win. So lots of things that the market is teaching us, everybody. Lots of things. Any news driver is happening. I think we have no news for the rest of the day, by the way. I think so. Exactly. Yeah, so like boredom is the toll you pay with you pay with big moves. Or sorry, for big moves. Basically. Yeah. You went in loss. What happened, Jerison? Come on. Exactly. With trading, you just need to ground yourself, and that's why there is a chain reaction in this. Like there's a chain of events that you need to start. Like, where do you start your day? And it's super easy if we go through this chain of events. Like, obviously, we have a daily routine. Daily routine also involves going to the gym, also involves, doing the dishes in the kitchen and, just eating healthy breakfast, having your coffee maybe. All these things, coming into the daily routine. And then when you sit down to trade, obviously, if we narrow down that number of routines to the trading session, how do you start? Obviously, you sit down. The first thing, amongst many, but one of the first things you need to do, obviously, start with a clean chart and start to read the narrative. It only takes a few minutes, right? You have your levels, you have your higher time frame analysis. By that, you have some kind of a context of the market, how we're doing. We took out all-time high, or we took out a higher time frame fair value gap. We didn't take out the London low yet, or we took out the London high we're going for, or whatever. So do a little bit of a tape reading, or should I say reading the narrative, and you can do that before the session. Now, if you leave this one out, then you're already preparing your mindset for failure, because second guessing yourself when the market starts to move into a certain direction is going to come much faster. But when you have your levels, it would be actually much more easier. By the way, what happened with me this morning, and true story, it was on live on my stream. It was very frustrating for me. This was the London session, and I did my analysis. I did put out the demand zone there. I put out the 5-minute supply zone up there. Everything was looking good. What I was seeing here is that the market swept the lows at 684, and then it slowly started grinding higher. And then 2 a.m., the official technical kill zone has started in London. And what I saw here is there was this inversion gap, so I jumped into a trade. That was my first entry in London session, live on stream. And then I guess you can see what happened. Okay, so it went down again. There was another liquidity sweep on this drop. I was like, okay, I'm still kind of convinced that this should be going up there. So the same situation, another inversion gap happened here. So I took my second entry in London session here. And guess what happened? Boom. So 2 losses in a row. And I was still like tempted to jump into the trade. I really, really, really wanted to go with this. Unfortunately, I just had to sit on the sidelines and watch all this slow grind. Even after I left the charts, I was watching on my cell phone like, oh my gosh, look at that. Finally, we reached that 5-minute supply zone. And the same thing happened yesterday with the trade I took live here at MyFunded TV. It's kind of frustrating. But because I used proper risk management, the check marks were okay. Everything was okay. The market actually showed me that it still wants to go lower. I gave 2 chances for this trade. And yesterday, the same thing happened during the AM session. But what I can say at the end of the day is that the analysis was correct. My zones were correct. The target was correct. The market just, wanted to sweep liquidity lower. It's easier to make peace with the outcome when I see that overall I did see the levels correctly, but the entry setup didn't play out good. It's just part of the game, I usually start my day in my own bed. That's a good start, Phil Cost. So, anyway, TP hit. Oh, let's go, guys. It seems like it's going. Nice. Okay. 815. Be careful if you're jumping in. Definitely be careful. Let me check the 5-minute here. Careful by jumping into this one. Same thing happened pre-market to the upside. Yeah, exactly. So the London session, actually the London Open hasn't even started. And I already used up my 2 chances to go long, and I just had to sit on the sidelines. Sit on the sidelines and watching watching the market go to your original level, that actually hurts. But if you can stand down, because Murphy's Law, I would have jumped in for the 3rd time. It might have just dipped one more time lower. And that's when you also start the snowball effect. You break your own rules. And yeah, that's kind of the thing with that. But it looks like now we really want to go for that 815. So we'll see. That would be interesting. Anyway, I could have just taken a trade because of boredom, but at least I had my trade plan. So if you have your trade plan, you have your levels, you do your pre-analysis, you are not going to have to second guess yourself about anything. And it makes it much easier to execute the whole session. Tom, I traded as per plan. I took the risk. I can take but straight 8 losses. I'm done. But I'm still feeling good at it. Okay, so Trader H, if you traded by your plan, if you use proper risk management, 8 losses, I mean, it's not the end of the world in a row, but I think if you had 8 losses in a row, there might have been some minor issues by selecting the trade entry. Maybe, because just an example, if I would have 8 losses in a row, which I don't really had since a lot of time now, if I would have 8 losses in a row, that would indicate me that I am definitely doing something wrong. I overlooked something. Maybe I tried to jump in or anticipate a trade setup, which is not even there. So you might have did the proper risk management. You might have had the right risk to reward ratio. Maybe you have to tweak a little bit on that entry. But yeah. But it's a good thing that actually you did not do the revenge trading. That's actually, I felt it to perhaps enter. Maybe that's what I'm saying. If the risk to reward ratio is still good, I mean, it's positive. Or for example, like, I don't know, as I said, if you use the same risk on all those trades, I think 8 losses in a row. I mean, I tried a few systems, I tried a few entries, and I backtested a lot of things. 8 losses in a row, there might be something that you overlooked or you overtraded. I'm not saying revenge traded, oversized, but maybe you took a little bit too much trades or some setups that were not even there, right? But anyway, I don't see the. I mean, I'm not the one. I don't see your entry model. I don't see how you do it. But 8 is maybe a little bit too much. But you can work on that at least because you know the numbers, right? Yeah, only winning trades feel costs. Yeah, I'm trying to do that. Yeah. No, I'm Yusuf. I'm just commenting here on the market actually. So I was actually talking about that boredom when we were taking trades out of boredom. That is still something we need to fight against. And because it's Friday, I said to you guys that look back on your first 4 days. I wasn't following trend. I only realized at the end of the day. Okay, so you know what happened. That's good. Because you know what happened. You know what to look for. Trader H, maybe, I mean, I'm not saying have a daily bias. But if you have a proper target, whatever it is your target, as I said, it could be a zone, it could be a support resistance area, it could be a fair value gap, a liquidity void, swing high, swing low, whatever it is. If you're looking for, if you focus on the level, I'm not saying to get married to that level, but that's why I said if you have a plan A or plan B, like one-sided strategy for the day or two-sided strategy. Obviously, it's always safer to go with a one-sided strategy. If you're getting more experienced with your entries, you can go both sides. Like I have a plan if it wants to go up, I have a plan if it wants to go down. But if you want to play it safe and it's easier to make the decision and keeps you from overtrading, look for the best level that you would like to see the price go to. By the way, try to choose the level. I mean, that's actually a good practice. Whatever it is, the level that you're looking for, try to look for what is the level that you really like the best in that particular session that you're doing. No, Philcus, I didn't say that. and once you have that level, that would be your primary target. And once you have that, it would be easier to make the decision if the price or the market would move into that direction. Just an idea, because it's going to lower your the number of entries. So you won't be doing the same mistake like, okay, I just want to enter a buy now. I just want to enter a sell because I don't know what the trend is. But it definitely helped me a lot. And as you get more and more experience, you can build up scenarios for both upside and downside. If there is a proper level. I'm not saying there's always a level at buy side or sell side, but you can definitely build up some good levels, right? Yeah. I hope you guys got this move to the upside. I didn't know that. I don't know. You got to ask Abhishek about it. He knows best. He's the pro. Yeah. It works on futures. Yes, Abhi. Absolutely. Long from 750. Oh my, that's a good position. That is a good position. Awesome. How many of you guys are holding a position here? It seems like you guys took the longs. Nice. Or you're in shorts? Okay. Yeah. From 737. All right. Ricky, hey there. Yeah. All right. Late night markets. Oh, maybe I should do that, Debadeep. Yeah, maybe we should do that. Late night markets. So anyway, just to finish up that small thought process with the boredom trading, the problem with that is that during the chop, it happens. You feel like you're missing out the trades. You're forcing yourself into the position. The other thing is, the market when it's slow, you just want to click to feel busy, right? It's easy to avoid these kind of sessions. And obviously, when the impatient kicks in during the boredom session, you just want to close early and, get that quick money. Close my position, I reach my max profit. Well, if you made profit, that's all that matters. A for Abhishek. And again, it seems like we're just making all-time highs. Yeah, so, and by the way, still talking about boredom, like the problem with that also is that it's definitely a trader's enemy because it triggers overtrading. We all know that. Usually the death by 1,000 cuts scenario kicks in, destroying your focus also, because you stop watching the levels and you start trading the noise. There's lots of noise here. And yes, we can call it noise. ICT is saying that this is not noise because every single 5-second candle has a purpose and everything. Yeah, I kind of agree with that partially, but obviously we're not here to go down subatomic into the seconds chart. But yes, it definitely creates noise on the 1 minute chart. And it's definitely a cleaner scenario to read higher time frames, at least like 5 or 15 minute or 30 minute charts, whatever. Oh, it seems like there's going to be a winner soon. Or was it? Congratulations for the winner, winner. Yeah. So again, as I was saying, it triggers overtrading. It destroys your focus. It kills your patience as well, because you can't wait for confirmation. All right. And obviously it shrinks your profits and shrinks your account totally. And that's why I'm saying, if the boredom controls you, that the market basically owns you. All right. If boredom controls you, the market owns you. Just never forget. And it all comes down to discipline and risk management. It's just something that you got to go by. By the way, a quick look on gold. I'm just curious, like, how things are going on gold. Yeah, so let's see what happened here. So we do have this pullback. There is a 3 and the 5 minute order block higher. I'm always bullish on gold no matter what. And I'm not saying that in this PM session, gold is going to skyrocket, but it's definitely still have some room to go higher. I would be careful with the shorts because it closed higher than that 3 minute supply zone up there. No more liquidity to pick up. I would definitely be on the bullish side on gold. Yeah, I like that saying too. I kind of like that. I kind of like it. Exactly. And by the way, I do have some tips for you guys to train your patience, just like we talked about it yesterday. Like, predefine your trade caps, just the usual. And I would say we didn't talk about that. Like, you can build some time blocks. Like time blocks, I mean, like narrow down your trading sessions. Like, I know we could sit through the charts all day, like 12 hours even or whatever, but narrow down that time limit that you're willing to sit through the with the charts. All right. How much time would you willing to spend with trading, with day trading, right? In the London session, obviously the kill zone goes from 2 a.m. to like 5 a.m. Eastern Standard. You don't have to sit through the whole thing. I think, by the way, from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. Eastern Standard until the pre-market open happens, the majority of the move should be happening. So there's like a 2-hour window there. And I think we can split the New York AM session down to 2 sessions, like the one from the 7 a.m. all the way until like 8:30 to 9, because as we are approaching the 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, especially on NQ and ES, I think there are some market manipulations are going on as we're approaching the market open. So usually when I'm sitting the trade from 7 a.m., I want to get out from that position if I can, at least between 8:30 to 9. And try to be flat by the market open. Market open is always dangerous, as I said, especially when you're trading the NASDAQ. And another session would be like 9:30 to like 11:30, technically until 12. Launch hour for me, I said that it's definitely a no-go. And the next session, like from 1 p.m. to like 3, power hour is full of manipulation. I think it's more like a gambler's hour, because power hour is like absolute full of manipulation. Maybe until 3:30 p.m. Yes, maybe until that time it could go. But after 3:30, all hell is breaking loose. Not 3, I would say 3:45, 3:50. I mean, I know many traders like to trade the last 10 minutes and last 15, but that's like, man, that is pure gamble. That is very dangerous. I mean, you can just observe the last 10 or 15 minutes, especially the last 5 minutes. Like, you have no plan to trade the last 5 minutes. I know ICT would say that he has a plan to trade the last 5 minutes. I know he has a plan for everything, but in the big picture, it's so much unpredictable. It's a real casino effect. I 100% agree with you, Trader H. That's a real casino. 3:50 to 4 p.m. is the casino. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, but yeah. Exactly. Yeah, so basically you can split up your day. As I said, you can narrow down your focus to like certain sessions. It doesn't really have to be even 2 hours, like 60 minutes, 90 minutes. That's more than enough, right? That's more than enough. And obviously you step away in the other sessions. Like you don't need to trade through all the sessions. Look for one setup. Look for maximum 2 trades a day. I thought that when I started out trading, and I've been told this many times, like, hey, dude, you just need to trade 1 or 2 trades. Actually, I know a professional trader here in Hungary. He trades Forex, and he doesn't even day trade too much. He's profitable. He's not trading with prop firms. He trades with his own personal money. He keeps telling me, like, dude, 3 trades a week, not per day, 3 trades a week. That's more than enough. And I kind of starting to understand, like, yeah, definitely 3 trades a week. I'm not saying that like that's the goal right now because we're day traders, but you know, for me, this year is still the goal to reduce it to 1 or 2 trades the whole day, including London and New York, like 2 trades a day. That's why, like this New York session, I had 2 trades, 2 losses in a row. I was like, okay, I'm done. This New York session, 1 trade I took. It was a good trade. I'm done. I'm fine with it. 2 trades on New York. Yes, that's also good. I'm not saying, again, because some of you guys might say that you like to trade more. If you like to trade more, 10 or 20 trades because you're more of a scalper, you like the adrenaline effect or whatever. But if you can make money with that, go for it. I don't need that kind of pressure. I realize that kind of pressure also kind of triggers the second guessing situation. You know, did I just, you know, was it a real good scenario? You have to make so many decisions in a fraction of a second when you're scalping. That's another problem. Even if you have your levels up, when you're scalping, you need to make so many decisions throughout just a 90-minute session. Did you really think about that? Especially between like 9:30 to like 11. Lots of decisions to be made if you're having more trades on. I mean, yes, we're scalping, where everybody's scalping, I know, because it's a scalping thing, but if you're trading like on a high frequency basis, that's so many decisions, so many stress and pressure. I don't want that. I don't want my trading to be stressful. That's why I size down the positions. That's why I'm okay to take 1 or 2 trades a day. And that helped me. Yes, I'm trading much slower. I'm not that kind of trader yet who's taking 100K per month, but I'm happy with the process. I'm enjoying the process. I'm enjoying taking out $800 or $1,000 from one particular account and then another $1,000 from another account, or even just $500. These small things are adding up, and I do like it. That's something that motivates me. That's also good business, because I know that because of that, I'm also not spending that much money on evaluation accounts and excuse me, and on resets, right? Ever since I keep tab on my expenses, you know what I think? I mean, the way I think, since I'm keep tab on my expenses, I'm treating every funded account like, okay, this section of that bit of my business, this particular funded account is going to, if I do everything as I planned, by the end of the month, I should be able to pull out $800 from this account. Okay. From the other account, I should be pulling out $1,500, and that's cool. And I know I have to work through like 4 weeks on this, or 3 weeks more to get that. But hey, what was the cost of business? Oh yeah, nothing, because from this account, I already pulled out, for example, $2,000 or $1,500, and I didn't have to spend more money on more evaluation accounts. I rather use that time to take it super slow. Say what you want, and I'm just going to take small payouts, and they're going to add up. I'm trying to replicate my best month, which was in May, actually. And it's kind of interesting because, yes, I told you guys, yeah, I mean, Matt is taking, like, he's making 10K a day. For me, like, I made $13,000 in May in trading payouts, but I was working on those accounts for many weeks, like, not for many weeks, but like 4 weeks, 3 weeks, and those small payouts came together, like $1,000 from here, $800 from here, $1,500 from here. I was like, okay, it's kind of getting together, nice. And I realized that, hey, yes, it's not a secret, you guys know, but I have multiple prop accounts, and there was like the MyFundedFutures accounts as well. Hey, I took like $2,500 from MyFundedFutures, cool, and it all came together. And I was like, man, I wasn't even pushing that hard. I was just trading micros. And I got some heat for this. I got some DMs. I got some chat in my stream like, hey, dude, like, do you ever make profits with this? And I was like, yeah, sure, I make. But I kind of work on this for a few weeks if I have to. But I'm okay with that. But so yeah. All worked up. He had big wins and some. Yeah, he obviously it takes a curve for everybody. Hey, Aussie, good to see you. It's a different learning curve for everybody, and I'm so grateful to be in this journey, and and grateful to share the info. So, by the way, what's the time right now? Oh my gosh, I have a little bit more than 3 minutes. Okay. A little bit more than 3 minutes here, but anyway, we're at all-time high again. So that's how I did that. Now I totally forgot what I wanted to say. Yeah, so if you're narrowing it, that you don't have to trade all the sessions, all right? Focus on one session and walk away. Go to the gym like Ash does. I should be going to the gym too. And by the way, I need to go to the gym. Guys, I need to go to the gym. Oh man, maybe I will be at the gym all weekend. I need to do some leg day. Oh, leg day. I hate the leg days. It's the leg day. Oh, it seems like there's going to be a winner again. Adam, I always try my best for you guys. Sometimes. But yeah. But as I said, don't try to force anything in the PM session. You know how it goes. If you have questions about this or setups or technicals, let me know. I'm happy to answer. Yeah. Also, you got to reframe. I forgot to say that if you see that the markets are choppy going sideways and just feel the boredom, you got to shift that mindset, that thing in your mind, that thinking, like you have to reframe boredom as work. Waiting actually equals part of the job. And if you start to scalp because of boredom, that's actually quitting your job. You got to remind some small sentences here and there. Hey, Miz, good to see you. Trey, the Rocket Scooter family's here. Okay, I see that. So some small sentences here and there, shifting the mindset here and there, it's going to help you a lot. Not to mention journaling. I would be real curious how many of you guys are actually journaling. I don't know. I would be curious about that, but you should. But, as I said, you don't have to be super detailed about everything. It's not about, you can do that too. If you have the time and the energy, obviously do it. But don't be like, okay, now I have to journal all my scalping trades as well. I know it takes a lot of energy. I am not saying that you need to journal everything. Adam, that's good too, if you can. But the way I do it, if there is a nice trade that was perfect, I might choose it and save the screenshot and do some reflections in my notebook on that trade. Or if there was a very bad trade, or I did everything according to the book, but I still lost that position, I especially like those trades because I said you will learn much more from your losses. even if you did everything perfectly. So I especially like to journal down those trades when I did everything by the book, everything perfectly. I take that example and I try to analyze it like, okay, did I miss something? Did I do something wrong? And if I did everything right, journaling down that experience and not being hard on myself, that actually helps to build up that confidence. And that's what helps me, and it makes me able to sit through like the whole London session. For example, this morning, I took those 2 losses. I'm okay. I'm fine with it. Perfectly fine. Who's the winner? Congratulations for the winners, by the way. If you guys win, that's cool. I like that. Congratulations. Actually, what I wanted to say that the market pays the trader who does nothing until it's time to do everything. kind of amazing, right? But yeah, obviously everybody got the situation, and everybody got themselves in the chop here and then. But you know, I think there was a winner, maybe. Heather, hey, good to see you. Yeah, I think the INA, happy Friday. And by the way, happy Friday to everybody. You know, you got to recharge. You got to use this time to you know, maybe relearn. If you're in the red, don't worry about it. You can still spend some time with family, friends, your spouse, or if you're totally alone, don't worry. I'm always here. Send me an email. We're going to do a bedtime stories with Tom after 5 p.m. Eastern Standard. Welcome, everyone. That's what we're going to do. We need friends, right? Maybe we should do that talk show you guys were mentioning. How long does it take you to break to be okay with your losses and red days? Well, since my first payout, it took me like, it took me almost like 1.5 years but I would say the past year, the past 12 to 14 months, I'm okay with that. So, you know, that's what happened. That's what actually happened. It took me, look at the man, he's here. I see him.
Whoa, what's up?
Whoa, Matt is here. Have no fear.
How's it going, man?
All is good. Everybody was waiting for you to tell us what is going on. What's
dude.
happening?
Oh man, this was a great day. I would say in general, well, it's expiration. It's triple witching day. So we got this mechanics and stuff going on here. We're still, market was pressing lower and pushing back up and jumping around, and it's just been kind of crazy today. I'm still bullish, but I don't know. What about you, man?
Actually, London session wasn't that good. I made it somewhat back in the New York session, so kind of like on a break-even scenario. I mean, not break-even because overall I was trading on different accounts. Overall, I'm down like a few $100 on some of my funded accounts, and overall I'm up $1,000 on other funded accounts. So overall in the green, I would say so. New York session was definitely better for me than London.
Oh, but that's so nice, man. So nice.
Yeah,
How are you?
That's cool.
How's the contest going? How are you guys doing? I'm not.
Oh man, I absolutely went ballistic and I grounded my account. So I'm sitting with you on that island. So we are just.
That's cool. Hey, at least we get to chill out and like have fun.
We can chill out together on the same island. Watch the others. Yeah, go for victory.
Good luck to them.
Yeah. So I was pushing it. Then I was like, okay, let's go super crazy. And the long story short, the account is in the past right now, so it's not existing anymore.
There you go. That's the way to be. At least we get to start our weekend early. That's all that matters.
Oh yeah. That's exactly. Actually, I mean, I love the contest. By the way, I enjoyed it very much. It was super fun. I enjoyed watching the leaderboard, and I enjoyed the conversation. I was listening into the first part of the MyFunded TV stream. Like I was listening to Terry and Nick and Bull Barbie. Like, okay, like, what's going on with you guys? And it was really fun to listen. And I was like, okay, let's push it. But it kind of took away a little bit my focus from my accounts. So it will be nice to focus now on my accounts back as well. But yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. Yeah,
that's good, man. I don't get to hear a lot of the commentary in the mornings because I'm doing my own stream, but I like to hear. You're like my update for what goes on down there. You tell me like what happened this morning, So
Yeah. So are you looking for anything this PM session, or you're just going to sit back and relax?
Yeah. Today was a really weird. I'll just show you on my screen really quick, Tom. So let me give you a little rocks here lesson. We had a lot of stuff going on here. There's some weird chaos. You might see on the bottom of my screen, these indicators look like a choppy mess, and they don't really. That's exactly what we've got. If you actually look at the little words here, it says support right here and resistance. It'll tell you like these things will switch based on the confluence. This morning, the orange line was resistance and the white line was support. And then, you know, so, and also this white line was support. So the idea is it was like stable inside of this tiny little space we're at right now. And I was basically, I bought the dip, got here, chased along, took some losses, bought the dip, made some money. Now I'm like, okay, let me try it one more time. The idea is that like the market is just sort of like moving around, but still bullish because it's expiration, I think is what I can attribute to today's movement to. Because I don't know if you felt it, but today was kind of like the market would pop and then sell and then pop and then sell and then pop and then sell and then right back up like that. You know, like all morning, it just felt like it was just sort of tracking stocks and essentially just sweeping that liquidity and then just kind of getting back on track to being bullish in the Fed, right? Squeezing shorts into the Fed stuff. The Fed news is pretty big.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I had to wear the lucky headband. Every time the market's about to break monthly hedge pressure, you know, with collapse city, I got to put on the headband to give you guys good luck for it. This is my lucky charm here. So
that's awesome. That's awesome. All right. Well, everybody, I'm going to say goodbye now. This was an awesome week. I really enjoyed it. Chat, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for all the positive vibes and everything. And thank you, MyFunded TV, for this week as well. This was really, really awesome. I love the contest. It was really great. Congratulations for the winner, whoever it may be. Maybe Terry will pull in the win, who knows, or Bull Barbie, but I think Nick is pretty much up there. So everybody, this was great. Have a great, wonderful weekend. Recharge. Matt, I wish you the same as well. Have an awesome, awesome weekend. And I guess we'll meet on Monday, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Tom.
Right.
Have a great weekend, my man.
Cheers, everybody. Bye.
You ready? Give your W's and chat to Tom. Thanks for an awesome segment, Tom. And thank you, MyFunded TV, for an awesome week. Glad having you here, bud. Okay, so, all right. Lucky headband is in. Focus on my this side of my screen over here. You guys see over here? As you see, I've had a pretty good day. Not all the accounts. Some of the accounts took some heat. But ultimately, that end of the day rally was really, really good. Or that end of the morning rally was really, really solid. One of my accounts is up $8,500. That's one of the prop firms that I have with the uncapped payout, no DLL. It's one that I'm gunning to be the first trader at that prop firm to take 100K payout in a single account. So I'm going to try to be like the world record on that firm, I guess. First 100K payout. People were telling me to hold off till $1 million, but that one I'm hitting pretty hard now. Now that's got a huge buffer in it. So one account's up 8,500. All the rest of them are in the normal range. That one I hit with 10 NASDAQ contracts because I was that confident. So yeah. So you guys see that big old fat 8,500 there. Yeah. Now some of the accounts were sacrifices so that other one can happen, obviously, because I rotate my risk. But basically, the trade I did was out the door. We fell right to half gap. This said support, clearly white is support, and then orange was resistance. So let me make it bigger so you guys can see what it is that we had. Let me tell you the trick to spreading your risk out. Now, again, like I said, my important accounts I hit at the A+ only. Let me start ranking a lot of this. This morning, this actually said resistance today. Actually, let me take off my headband because let's be a little more professional for the show. And yes, I've been seeing in chat people say Matt's slightly hungover. Yes, Matt was at a concert. I went to see Above and Beyond. If you guys like trance, EDM, fantastic show. I was up till like 3 in the morning. So I'm still awake. I'm still able to do my job. I'm still coherent, but I am a little sluggish. So, and it was Idoc's birthday this week. So we were actually just having a great time. All right. So this was actually resistance. You guys like Above and Beyond? If you guys like EDM, dude, so good. Yeah, so good. I posted a video on my Twitter from the concert, so it was actually really nice. Okay, so today we had resistance from orange. That's what it said. And the reason it says that because orange resilience was less than 0, it means resistance. So we certainly got that resistance today. All right. So now what we also had was the half gap resilience was actually positive. It did say support. So the fact is, as messy as it looks, you can kind of see the same thing on the left side of NASDAQ. White was above 0, orange was below 0. So we had this sandwich, which is pretty normal. The above 0, below 0 tell me resist support. So we had support from here and resistance from there. And that's exactly what we got. Market fell to here. I took some longs, went to there, closed out, made some green. Everything was fine. Now, this is the one tricky question, monthly hedge pressure break. There is roughly a 27% chance that this breaks. This is from my back test, and a 73% chance that it doesn't. This is from my back test under all conditions, okay? So it is a low probability chance that we break, but when it breaks, it is drastic, which is why I'm taking the attempt a second time. When you don't have the confluence, which we don't, these are the odds. When you have the confluence, which we actually do now, the odds shift a little bit further. 40% chance of break, roughly, and 60% chance of bounce. It's still the low probability chance of breaking. Again, this is my back test, and Rocket Scooter hedge pressure is my physical edge I have in my trading strat. My real edge comes from a combination of physical edge, which means I have an edge in markets, a probabilistic edge, but I also have my edge in my risk management, which I'm going to talk about in a second as well. My probabilistic edge is still low probability that we break, but if we break, the move is crazy big. So the idea is the risk and reward was there. I took the long in a couple of accounts in S&P, not NASDAQ, and S&P fell to middle. I added to that and it fell again. And then I hit DLL in some of the accounts, these red ones down here. Now, again, losing is part of the game. DLL, screw that, it's done. Well, okay, so that sucks. But as we were falling in those accounts, because I had the conflicting signals, I'm not all in long in all the accounts. Plus, it's a low probability. I'm not longing in all the accounts, just the ones that went red. And then once we fell to monthly hedge pressure, when NASDAQ had all the indicators were positive, indicated this was going to bounce. It bounced, then sold off, and then chopped, and then chopped, and then chopped, and then chopped, and then chopped. And I decided to add here because I was still confident as it's falling. The indicators were still positive. I added, and I was like, you know what? Let me go in on 10. I usually had 3 or 4 in this account. This is the account I'm building up to 100K payout. So it has a huge buffer. I need to trade about 5 to 10 contracts on it now. This is with another firm that has uncapped. And I'm basically just building it to have a big payout just to show off on social media. That's it. I just want to show off. I could take payout tomorrow if I wanted to, but I'm going to keep going just to show off. And so that one, I was like, whatever, all in. 10 is the max. So I went all in on 10. And as it was falling, I was holding my breath. And then finally it bounced and bounced and bounced. This is the A+ setup. This is the best setup we got. A+. Trade 1B, BLD. I can hit it with a medium, which should have been 5 on this account. But all the signals were lining up. And I was like, you know what? It's expiration. We're not crashing. We had such great Fed news. This has got to rally. And I decided to add to it. And I was going to pull the plug at 700 if we filled the gap and kept going. And this candle maybe have a mini heart attack and then went this and this and this. Not really a heart attack, but I was like, oh God, this day is crappy. I was telling myself, I'm like, you know what? I'm not even going to stream this afternoon if we break MHP and it's an irrational day. I just believe that the Fed news being so good is that we're going to chase calls that got pushed in the money from call sellers and people hedging their shorts. Because shorts haven't been given an opportunity to get out of this market, and they're not going to. I believe that we're going to put a full court press on squeezing shorts higher. So every attempt at monthly hedge pressure break, lower probability. This is a rule of thumb when it comes to gambling. Something that has a low likelihood of success has a higher reward for said success. It's the lottery rule. Lottery has such a small chance of success, such that when you win, the win is big, because basically the smaller the chance of success means more people are playing the game or more money is going into the game. And then therefore it's a lower probability that you win, but the pot is bigger. The lower the probability, the bigger the pot. And so this is kind of the rule of thumb when it comes to gambling. A low probability setup that does take off, that looks like it's taking off, has a probability for a big run and a big move. So today, if we actually do break through this as a third time support, now with all the indicators being really good, for that, the move could be really big. And so because of that, I'm grabbing a runner just to take it. How big? I mean, this could rally until the end of the day, 56, another 50 points S&P. This guy can go to 922. It could keep going. That's really kind of what we're kind of dealing with. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. Yep. That's it. That's always with the sauce. So my statistical edge is that I have odds for something. I did take the low probability trade, and I told everyone in chat it's a low probability trade. I'm only hitting with a handful of accounts, and it didn't work, and I was frustrated. But then Nasdaq hit the strong pivot, and then I hit it with the rest, and the rest turned green. And that's basically what rotating your risk is all about. Isolating different setups. Now, particularly right now, the S&P is strong for the breakout run. It's not as strong as it could be, but it is strong enough for the breakout run. The low probability of this has a high chance of success if it does work. At least what I know with volatility being very low, my stop is pretty tight. I can just put a stop right there. Actually, I'm going to do it at 700. So I'm actually going to be willing to lose $1,000 on this account right here to make 5 or cap, whatever I get. So this one is actually this guy right here, 675. So I can only really make $1,000 anyways before I have to close it out. But the idea is it's like a 5-to-1 setup with low odds. That makes a lot of sense. Low odds. It's not probable to succeed. It's actually more probable to not succeed. But it's 40%, but it's 5-to-1 odds. So as a trader, I get to analyze, do I want to take the risk? Well, 40% means I'm going to lose 3 for every 2 that wins. Okay. So it lost the first time. It may lose the second time. If I keep stabbing at it, I can lose. If I pretend I lose 1,000 each time at 3-to-2 odds. So I lose 1,000 times 3, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, and I lose 3,000. Then I make the trade on the fourth one. Then I make 5. Now I'm up 2. That's how you play odds whenever you're betting or trading. That's exactly what you think. If I attack this same trade 5 times, 2 of them should win at 5-to-1. One of them will be 5-to-1 return, possibly. So then I tell myself then it's worth taking the stab, even though it's low probability. If it was only a 1-to-1 trade or a 2-to-1 trade, I wouldn't take something with 40% odds. Does this make sense, everybody? So this is like pro-level gambling tips. Everyone in chat, do we understand? Making sure y'all understand this. Because the reward is so big, then I'd be willing to take a smaller odd bet. If I was only going to get 2-to-1 on the trade, I wouldn't take 40% because I lose 3 and then make 2 and only make 2 back if I win. I'm still at a net loss. So the idea is, yes, I can take the bet, but because it's low odds, I'm not taking this bet in every account. I just got 2 accounts I can take the bet in, right? And then that's how I would see of the tons of accounts I have. So when you're trading, if you do a back test with something and you say, well, something is 100% chance, well, what is the actual return that you would normally get? 100% chance is great, but what if it's just a penny worth of return? Is that even worth it? So probability and win rate is such a small part of profitability. It's actually the reward you get for the risk and the odds of that reward happening. And as you see, it looks like the trade is taking off, which is pretty cool. And I just have a runner in 2 accounts, right? That's it. Yeah, so when you're analyzing is something worth taking, you need to analyze all those angles. What are the odds? Do you have a back test? Okay, you back test something, it works 70% of the time. But if it doesn't even make a 1-to-1 trade, maybe it might not be worth it to you. Maybe it is worth it to you. Anything greater than 50%, a 1-to-1 trade is perfect. I make my career off of 1-to-1 trades with some of my setups being 90% when odds line up. So the setup today on the NASDAQ was 90%. That's why I hit it hard. 90% probability with a high run rate on NASDAQ. S&P was the only thing slowing it down. So anything that's greater than 50%, 1-to-1 should theoretically make money, because for every win, you lose the same amount and you just win more than you lose. Technically, and mathematically or theoretically, you should make money with that. So if something is 25% chance, you need you're going to lose 3 for every 1 that you make. So you need to at least have greater than 3 to 1 reward to your risk, right? So it's a little bit of extra tips for you guys whenever you're analyzing the market. The odds of this are not that high. But I'm still willing to take the bull side because the greater fundamentals are bullish and the greater market is bullish. And my greater belief is that bears are going to get squeezed. But if I'm wrong, and then I'm wrong small. But taking breakout trades is kind of risky, especially longing at a high. I've lost once, I can lose again, and that's okay. That's kind of part of it. But the idea is every attempt it makes to break with bettering conditions, I'm more likely to continue to jump back in. So let's analyze the conditions so you guys can see what I'm thinking. Do I think we rally until the end of the day? I think it's very possible. Now let's talk about it. The first move here had white line there and orange line there. The second attempt has white line, kind of worse. Orange line, kind of better. It's flip-flopped. So now you can see that the white line is worse, but slightly above 0. Now everything's slipped to support, but the thing is that this pivot has become less strong. This pivot has become stronger. It's weird, right? So earlier, this was a strong resistance. This was strong support. Now this is strong support. This is strong resistance. So earlier today, it has sort of flipped. And again, it's not as strong as it could be, but we'd like for it to continue the path. The sort of polarity of this range has been sort of resistance there and support there. Now it's resistance-ish there and support there. It's completely different. So what happens in here? This is just gap fill mechanics. This is not really, this is like B setup. It's not super duper strong. This is monthly gamma squeeze on monthly expiration, which is today. If it does break on expiration, it can go quickly. But because it's expiration, it's probably not likely to do that. It'll create a blast off move from here that can just move so quick as everybody gets run in the close. So that's the one thing I'm like, well, maybe that could happen. You know, that Fed news is pretty awesome. And maybe the market's going to keep pushing. The indicators are all positive after all. The algorithm says support, 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 support. So I'm willing to take that bet. The reward is really big. The odds are low, but the reward is big. NASDAQ, 922 if it runs. So why not? Maybe I'll take that bet. And that's that's kind of just like a little tip as to where real edge comes from. Real edge is not just what's the probability. Oh, I have a high win rate. Oh, I have, you can say that. Oh, I have a high win rate. That's not really edge. Win rate can't be converted into an edge in the market and making money. It's an edge in your trade. Yes. But you have to analyze all the other things, the probabilities of success. What is the reward on that risk? What's the time investment in the risk? All of these factors go into profitability. So there's your lesson today. Market maker is going to kidnap Matt next. Oh gosh, I'm going to come back with the greater market signal secret. Overhear them talking in the van. But so chill day today. I'm kind of in a mellow mood. Obviously, like I didn't get a lot of sleep and we had a good time. We've been celebrating. It was a great concert though. It was pretty cool. And I had a good time. I've seen Above and Beyond 4 times now. It's the 4th time I've seen them. They're always a good show. That's going to be me when I'm streaming. The guys in Above and Beyond are probably like 55 years old right now. Like the older guys. That's going to be me. I'll be 55 years old, still streaming trades on YouTube, man. I know it. I'll be like the gray-haired guy y'all are still watching. That'll be me. Have I ever been on Epstein Island? I have not been to Epstein Island. If Hardwell is ever around, check him out. Hardwell's good. Slightly older Matt. But yeah, they were like rocking out just like they were like in their 20s again. It's pretty cool. But it was just a great show, man. Transfan just keeping older. But the funny thing was we had a table. Like we had a table, our friends had a table. So we're in the back. And beside us was a table. Literally, the guy and his wife were like in their 70s. They were hanging around with a bunch of people that were like in their 20s and 30s. So we were kind of joking around that it was like a corporate event. Like the boss was like, because it looked like somebody's dad and a bunch of kids, but they all were like different races and stuff. So we're like, maybe they're all coworkers. And the boss was like just the cool ass boss that listens to good music. And he's like, you guys don't want to go to above and beyond? I got us a table. And they're like, yeah, our boss is so cool. So like these people were just, and they were like having the best time in the world. And they were talking about work stuff. So I was like, okay, yeah, this is not a family. It's definitely coworkers. So there was a boss that took the workers out for above and beyond. So it's kind of neat. That'd be fun. You're never too old to rave. Yeah, that's the law of the land. We had a good time though. And it is IDOC's birthday. So if y'all see her on social media, wish her happy birthday. Or it's her birthday week. So I need to go to Colorado and see my Red Rocks. I've seen Illenium at Red Rocks, which is really cool. Illenium's light, like more like pop DJ. Illenium's not like doesn't bang real hard, but Illenium's still good. And I saw that at Red Rocks 2 years ago for my birthday, 3 years ago for my birthday. And it was by far one of the coolest concert experiences to be at Red Rocks. It's very fun. Sorry, did I say Illenium? I meant to say Griffin. Actually, it was Griffin. My bad. I'm thinking Illenium. It was Griffin. I'm still a little tired from last night. Yeah, it was Griffin. I saw Griffin on my birthday, which is really good. I've seen Illenium plenty of other times also. Illenium definitely goes hard. Sorry, yeah, Griffin soft. Yeah, it was good. Red Rocks is pretty fun. That's a really cool venue. It's just such a feel, man. It was cool at the time because it was October. Just neat, just like seeing the lights and the sounds, and then like looking out to the valley because it's up in the mountains. Like you can just see everything behind you. Oh, it's such a vibe, man. It was really cool. Like me and like a group of probably 10, 15 people flew out there just to see it at Red Rocks for my birthday. So it was my birthday thing. All right. So going forward, low probability, hedge pressure break. All indicators are good. I'm going to take the long for the push, and maybe we'll see if anything good comes out of that. I don't know. I've got a couple of accounts that can push towards making some gain. This one right here hasn't maxed out yet. This one right here hasn't maxed out yet. These are the ones I'm trading in right now. These two. They still have some room to move. So I'm going to put runners on those. Winners will be getting an email within 24 hours. No claiming needed. Very nice, very nice, very nice. All right. You have just entered short. You're probably in the right trade. It's the more probabilistic trade. The short is the stronger trade from here, technically speaking. I'm taking the lower probability bet. So the probability is pretty high that you're more right than I am. And good luck to you as well. I'm willing to bet that we close higher into close. So whatever we end up getting from here, I'm willing to take that bet multiple times. And instead of just fighting it like with multiple accounts, my idea now is just to keep it small enough to not care and then hold a runner through whatever. If we land there, it's very likely to support. And if it's one more time there, it's more likely to go. So that's also possible right now. And I might as well just risk. I can go down 1,000. This is up 675. So that account would be slightly red. If I do stop at 6,699, so right 6,700, I'll put my stop underneath this. Or if this white line goes below 0, I'll close out early. But other than that, I mean, this was a nice little, reset off of the pre-market. We're kind of like back to where we started. And I think that trajectory hopefully just continues to slowly move higher for the rest of the day. Somebody asked me earlier, they were joking, like, what's your take profit? And I was like, 4 p.m. Eastern. Like, just hold it till the end of the day. But that's what I'm looking at today. Keeping it small. Yeah, that's it. Just keeping it small. So if you guys are just tuning in the MyFundedFutures contest, it looks like I'm out and Tom is out, but we were having fun with it. So, it was a kind of paper trade contest with a small account. And everybody had their different strategies, right? It was a fun tournament. Just tell you guys a story on my end. I was trading in the wrong account. I had the wrong account credentials. They gave different credentials. I didn't get the message for it. So I was trading in the wrong account. I logged in Tuesday afternoon, it updated. I was still at 0, even though I had some profit. And then Wednesday, I'm trading and I'm like, let me just curious. Let me go make sure something seems off that the leaderboard's not updating. And I went and looked on the dashboard and it's like, there's another account there. It was like contest. And I was like, oh, I'm not trading in that one. Oops. So then I came on Wednesday. I made a joke with Tom. I said, well, I'm going to bet on the Fed. And that's my strategy. Didn't work out. I longed, but I longed from the wrong place. And then it squeezed me, hit max, and I was out. So I was the first person to get nuked out of that contest, but it's just for fun. And my strategy was to trade it like normal and try to win like normal, but realizing that everybody else had a 3-day head start. And I was kind of like, well, all right, everyone's up 10 or 20%. I'm either going to get like 200% or I'm a bust, and let's go. And that was my strat. I wouldn't ever do that with a real account. But betting right off that Fed break. Fed broke MHP, bounced on MHP, and I longed at MHP, and then it sunk, and then it rallied. But the sunk hit me for 5K, but every other trade that day took off. Remember, I had like 23K that day. All my accounts made money. It has been, now you guys, again, I've been on a really solid win streak. People have been asking, like, is this real? Like, are you always making this much? No. August, September have been fantastic. I've only had one losing day in September. It's crazy. Again, I've been strongly bullish since April. I only had a slight bear scare towards like August when I was buying puts to hedge. Those puts expired worthless. So those were losses. I think I put in 15K worth of puts one time and 20K worth of puts another time, something like that. So that probably cost me 30 something K. But I was hedging the downside, keep long in the market the way up. I'm not trying to short or fade this market. And I just had a really solid September and August. It's been really good. Like I said, I only lost one day this month. Total loss, like the total accounts were green. I've lost plenty of accounts, or like lost in plenty of accounts. But overall, since I trade multiples and spread my risk out, I do much better digging out of the hole and getting most of them green if I can. But that's where I am. I got my puts, baby. Yeah. But all you had to me is bullish. Buy stocks and Trump told you to. Now we're addicted to this pump. Mike has nailed it. I mean, it might sound like that's a goofy thing to say, but that's a very viable trading strategy. When Trump says markets going up, markets usually go up. When Powell says markets are going up, which he just did, markets going up. No reason to fight it. No reason to bet against it. No reason to try to say, well, we're at the highs. Maybe it's going to sell off. Remember, ow. I just cracked my knuckle into the mic stand here. I tell you guys this, and not trying to inspire you to be dumb or to be reckless. But let me give you guys a trend. A lot of times it's very easy for people to say, market's at the high. I'm really nervous. I don't know if I want to long because it's at a high. And a lot of people say, well, it's moved up past a technical high or whatever. It's got to come down. If I go to like a weekly chart, I'm going to tell you something. Here's where we broke through all-time highs today. I'm just going to zoom into just this place right here. Okay, this. And it's going to seem weird and uncomfortable to trade past all-time highs. Here's where we broke all-time highs. And if you come here and just look at the candles, right? Every week, I'm going to count how many times we broke highs and kept going. So every time in a bull market, you're going to always have that discomfort. I don't know if I should long because I feel like it's the high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, even highs, 10, 11, 12, even highs, tied the highs. Let's count that 13, 14, 15, and then 3 days down. Then break, ignore all that. Then broke the high, 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 and then 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks, 4 times down. then break the high, up, up, tied the high, broke the high, broke the high, then 1-2 days down, then broke the high, didn't break the high, broke the high again, broke the high again, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks down. Broke the high, these aren't down, but these are just dips. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we remember this, 5, 6, 7 weeks down. If you were to count the white dots when highs are broken, chasing the long is much more plentiful than chasing the long on breakout highs is much more plentiful than trying to fade a bull market on a time basis. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Should I long at the high this week or fade? 16 was you should long at the high, and 3 of those weeks are to fade. The odds are staggering that chasing highs is really the discomfort you have in a bull market. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 up, 4 weeks down. Now the downside is the elevator down and the escalator up, and it looks like it's more of a gain, but in reality, the time crunch of you just trying to fade this for 16 weeks might have hurt you. Like it's the high I need to sell, right? Just in a generic sense. Now they're shorting inside of here. The market doesn't just go straight up. But in general, it's like, oh, it's all-time highs. I feel uncomfortable. You can see that all-time highs pressed higher highs on a weekly basis for 5 weeks and then sold off for 2. And pressed it for 4, then sold off for 5. And then when we finally had the bear market and the catalyst, well, we had pressed a 1, and then we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sort of like sell-off weeks. Let's round up to 8. Let's consider these green ones too. So 1 to 8. And then we're back to the bull market again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 broke the high. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 broke the high, and 0. Actually, let's consider 1. Sorry. 11 to 1 sell-off week. It's staggering how bull markets ask you that question every day. Oh man, we're breaking highs. Do I fade this? Do you? I don't know. I don't use that as a signal. Like that's not a signal to me. In a bull market, it's very rarely does it tip the scale. And it took tariffs to finally tip the scale where, we broke the highs, time to short, the market sold off. Only this period of time. And it took an event. Without the event in a bull market, breaking highs, breaking highs, breaking highs, I'm never using like trend lines or double top, double top, double top, double top. Like where's the high? You know, I don't try to predict the top of the market. As I just showed you, I'm never afraid because it's at highs. Like maybe it's going to come down. Because you'll notice you'll have like 16 weeks where you broke the high, then broke the high, then broke the high, then broke the high in a bull market. That's 4 months. Imagine trying to guess the top every day, 20 days a month for 4 months for 80 trading sessions. Blech. So I look at what is and trade what is despite the bigger time frame. One thing that I do, it's different than most traders. I never, ever, 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 ever go to daily charts, weekly charts, monthly charts, and try to predict the trend. Every day I use Rocket Scooter. I look at where the liquidity is, where the buyers and sellers are, where the support and resistance is, and I go off the market, even though it might feel uncomfortable. Like normally when I started trading, I'd be like, man, it's like all-time highs. It's got to come down. It's overstretched. And then, and then I had this realization. And again, it doesn't mean be a perma bull. Don't be dumb with your trading. It just means be wise. The farther you zoom out, and when you get rid of the curvature on the chart, you basically just make this a log chart. You will see that it is a 100% straight line up forever. Stock market always goes up. And so it supports that theory of at any given, again, if you take away the logarithmic portion of that, it actually exponentially rallies like on a straight time basis. When you have a linear axis on the y-axis here, it just curves up. It always goes up. So the idea is at any point in time, even on the month scale, it's going to be like each month you could have been like, oh, well, here's the top. Yeah, maybe 3 or 4 months it sold off, but each additional month after this, imagine how many months here broke highs in a row. Even that rally in 2013 to 15, geez, monthly high, monthly high, monthly high, monthly high, monthly high. Bull markets can say FU to shorts very easily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 break the high 6 months in a row, broke the high, and then 1 month didn't. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 broke the high, and then 1 didn't. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 broke the high, and then 1. It's a whole year of breaking the high month after month, and 1 didn't. So I never see the high and go, now maybe on a technical basis, you can get some shorts off of it. But I never see a high and say, yep, that's the end. That's the bear market. So my lesson for you guys today is most of trading bull markets is going to be uncomfortable moments of, God, it's at the high. Do I chase the long? Well, don't just chase the long into a high like a numbskull, but anticipate the idea that the market very comfortably breaks highs and keep going. And once I had that realization, I stopped trying to predict that this was the top. Even though this is the top for the day and I lose, that's totally fine because this is a low probability trade. But in general, when you guys are learning how you're trading, don't ever go off of like trends and double tops and we broke the high, it must come down. Wall Street doesn't work that way. For the most part, a bull market presses the high and keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. And there's dips along the way. There's dips every day in a bull market as well. Bull markets don't fly straight up. They always slowly move up. And then every day, if you zoom in on a bull market, you'll see the bull markets are pretty much choppy every day. They're not really like, they don't normally straight up. There's always people taking profits. They sort of zigzag up. So in a bull market, comfortably speaking, I just use dips to long back up, dips to long back up. And if, you know, like you can still take some shorts along the way, there's plenty of it. But I never say like, ooh, we pressed all-time highs, it's time to short. I mean, sure, maybe for that moment, but look, it's kind of back to where it started. And I never utilize, and a lot of times people do that sort of curve fitting when they're trading to sort of like support what they feel. But you never know how high something's going to go when you break a high before it decides to retest. And so I never use that technical jargon that, you know, you're kind of taught when you start trading of, well, there's a double top. Let's go ahead and fade it. Like the market. Okay, look, you got a nice little short off of that there, but the trend didn't go against you. Maybe there are some technical pieces of a smaller trade, but the bigger trend for the most part ignores it. And that's your lesson. The bigger trend is going to ignore tops and bottoms. I've never used them as a viable trading strategy. And we'll say to use like pre-market highs and lows as support and resistance. No, those pivots aren't support and resistance. That's not liquidity there. That's counter liquidity. It's selling that meets buying. You don't have a lot of buyers and sellers. That's not a stable spot. That's an unstable spot. Highs and lows aren't necessarily considered stable liquidity. The reason they pivoted to begin with to become a high and low is because you had an imbalance. There's one side trader there. So in general, when you guys are trading, don't get caught in the trap of trying to zoom out on the chart and draw a line and say this is top. That was years and years and years of losing, which was trying to fade a bull market. It'll sell off tons of times. But I've learned, and I'm going to tell you, 15 years in the game, there's one thing I can't do is predict the top. I still can't do it. No matter how hard I try, no matter how great Rocket Scooter is, no matter what tools I have, there's one thing I can't do and I'll never be able to do is predict the top. And that's y'all's lesson today. As the market statistically keeps going up, it's almost impossible to predict when the end is in. But what it's neat is if the market keeps going up, buying the dip is such a strong trading strategy for that particular reason. And if you're still nervous about trading, it's at the highs. I don't want to be bullish. I want to be bearish. Absolutely fine. Both trades make money. So don't let me tell you otherwise. If you're like me and you want to stack all the odds in your favor and you want to join the long side when it's bullish, understand that, split your risk up. I'm uncomfortable. So instead of just trying to fade it, I'm going to take some longs and stagger them to the stronger pivots to keep trading. One day it's going to break and all my accounts are going to take a loss. And then that's the day it reverses. Until then, I'm not going to anticipate that. I'm going to attack it hard because I need to win those 13 or 14 days in a row to then lose big that one day that I'm wrong. And then that's okay. Or the 7 days up and 2 days down, or the 10 days up and 3 days down that I showed you earlier, or the 16 weeks up and 4 weeks down sort of thing. I need to keep buying dips until the market tells me it's bearish. And then I come back the next day and I'm a bear. I never try to be the one bear at the bull party because you're just the loser at the party that no one wants to talk to. You know what I mean? Never be the first bear to a bull party. Always be casually late to a bear party. And that's a saying everyone quotes me on all the time. You always want to be one day late to a bear party. Show up cool, casual, wearing sunglasses, in a Ferrari. You know, just like you just showed up late. What are you going to miss out on? one day of a crash, if it's crashing, it's going to crash for a while and pretty hard. You're not going to miss out. But if you're the person that's like at the cool bull party, you're like, oh, guys, it's not like the market's going to crash, everybody. Everyone's looking at you like, I invited that guy. It's a weirdo. It's very lonely being the one bear at a bull party. So short, yes, but you can short while being a bull. I short while I'm a bull plenty of times when short setups arise. Currently right now is a potential short setup. I'm not taking it, but it's potential. Bear doesn't mean you're shorting or longing. Well, technically speaking, a bull is longing the market. A bear is shorting the market. That's the traditional definition of that. But you can be a bull and still take a bear trade. You can still be a bear and take a bull trade. In general, me being a bull is like on a longer term basis, I'm bullish. But there's a short setup in the middle of this. I'm going to take it. And it's okay. But to be like, this is the top. I bet it's the top. I see people all the time trying really hard to gauge this is the top. And I promise you, after 15 years, I've never come across a strategy that even gives me the slightest bit of edge at guessing a top. I can't even do it. I can't even come close to it. But what I can do is the day that it sells off, I'm going to tell you, today was the top. I'll say that. There's a difference between a pro and a non-pro trader. And listen for these words. If somebody said today, I want you guys, if y'all are learning from me, I'll write this down. It's very important. If somebody ever tells you today is the top, okay? If they ever say that today is the top, they're full of shit and they're going to get it wrong most of the time. It's not a pro. This is an amateur. Today is the top, guys. You know what a pro is going to say? Can you guess what a pro is going to say? This is what a pro is going to tell you. That's the big difference. That's your lesson today. Was. Okay? Big difference. Big difference. Okay? Pro. You will not be able to guess. I know today's the top, guys. It's just going to fall out. What a pro is going to do is they're going to know the limits. An example, MHP breaks 10% of the time ideal conditions. And if this is support, and the market breaks support and breaks support, leaves bull zone, enters bear zone, I'm going to tell you, yeah, today was the top. That was it. At the end of the day, that was bad enough. A good trader is going to see this and say, nope, wasn't bad enough. I'm long in that still. That's your pro. Nah, that's not the top. Down here, I'm sweating out, ooh, shit, this might end up being the top. It's never today is the top. It's never today is the top. This is what weak amateur traders tell you. They can guess this stuff. 15 years in, I can't do it. And everybody I've ever learned from or listened to or even know can't do it either. Today's the top, guys. You're coin flipping. Today was the top. It's somebody that knows where the break point is. And when it breaks the break point, they know they've lost their confidence. Was implies you've got confluence and metrics that gauge, well, we lost them. Is like, I can predict the future. Well, you can't. You're full of crap. So good idea, right? To remember this. So give you guys some knowledge every day. If you can guess where a market top is, well, you're one of the few people in the world to do it. Remember, Michael Burry couldn't even guess the top of the real estate market when he bet against it. He started betting in 2005, hoping for delinquencies to increase in 2007. And he was right. But the bonds kept going up and up and up and up. And then finally, 4 years into his bet, he was wrong and made $1 billion. But even he couldn't predict the top. Corruption and all kinds of things made him wrong for 4 years. That credit default swap trade that everybody, they made the movie about and everything. You understand, he was upside down for 4 years on that trade. He guessed the fundamentals, but he didn't pick the top. Even the best, biggest traders in the world can't pick the top. So remember that. So in general, when somebody says today was versus today is a whole different story. Was and is are a big difference as far as like what you're expressing your knowledge of. When I say was, it means I knew when something happened, that was the breaking point. If I have breaking points, then I can say was after it happens. And I never say, well, maybe it will be at the top. I don't say that ever at all. I stay the trend. And if the trend breaks a key level, in this moment in time, you're on my stream, I'm like, oh, guys, this could get bad. I never say this is the top. I say this could get bad. And I'm sweating it out, but I'm still taking the long bet. I don't bet that a top happens. I bet that the market tries not to top in a bull market, and I still stay the course. And so as you guys are trading and trying to get better in your trading and grow in your trading, just remember, the guy that you watch on MyFunded TV at lunchtime tells you 15 years in the game. He can master a lot of parts of his trading pretty well, still learning different areas, still improving. One thing I don't think I'm ever going to get good at is calling a top before it happens. Like, this is it. We're selling off from here. I can predict market will probably pull back from here, but I can't ever say we've got a month of selling from here. This is it. I'm very, very, very good at picking a bottom, but it's the same thing. It's never, I think this is the bottom. It's the other thing in reverse. It's once we break through bear pivots to the bull side, I go, yep, this is the bottom right now. Bull side, I'm very likely to jump in the moment it happens, just like now, to get back on the bull side of things. This market's bullish most of the time. So in a bull market, I'm very quicker at identifying a bottom than a bear market. The bear market's usually by the end of the day, and by the next morning, I'm like, yeah, we're bearish now. The bull market, it's usually in the moment. I'm like, oh, this bear market's slipping around right now. I'm jumping in on it. And I get that call wrong sometimes, but I get the timing kind of right on the moment it happens. Maybe if that's the day it doesn't happen, the next day it happens, I get in, and that was the bottom. Easier to call a bottom than the top because bull markets, again, are more prevalent and more stable. Once volatility collapses, markets tend to become bullish very fast. Tops tend to take a very long time. There's a classic saying that people used to throw out there that say tops are a process and bottoms are an event. I'm kind of reiterating that in my own spin. Bottoms are an event. It's a single day thing that bottoms a market. Very easy to find that. A top sometimes takes weeks or months to top out and then sell off. We saw that before the March sell-off, right? We saw weeks and weeks and weeks of consolidation in chop before the market sold off. And so yeah, it's much easier to call a bottom than a top, and it's impossible to call a top before it happens, according to me. Believe me, don't believe me, whatever. That's my experience. And no matter what I can do, I've learned that I've got so much better at trading when I stopped trying to call the end to the bull market, and instead I just joined it, and I felt uncomfortable every day, longing the market, knowing it's at all-time highs, and got over that discomfort. And that's been the most successful choice I've ever made in my life. This doesn't mean stupidly long at a high when markets are rallying at all. It just means when markets dip, I'm never like, oh, you know, let me chase a short. It's probably going to crash today. I'm always like, can I enter this dip? Can I enter this dip? Is this a dip to buy? I'm always analyzing that. This was a whole month of topping. Markets spent a lot of time figuring out, and they finally lose their steam. But this took an event, right? Tariffs made that happen. It's not like the market just fell. And I tend to, like, as I got better at trading, I realized once I stopped trying to pick the end of a bull market, instead just join the party, it's worked out very well. We're sitting at all-time highs, and I'm entering a position. You know what I mean? And rightfully so, as I showed earlier, sometimes that pays off 5 times to every one it doesn't. Not chasing the high because I want to get in because I'm missing out. This is a hedge break. This is different. This is a long entry point. This is actually trade plan number 4 that I have on the right side of my screen. Medium trade. I take monthly hedge breaks because they move very rapidly. That's why that straight up line is straight up. Orange breaks tend to move very rapidly when they move. So I'm willing to take that bet, and the R&R is high enough. But as y'all listen today, it's saying that a lot of times traders are driven on doubt. Like, I doubt that this is correct. I'm going to try to fade this. And this is lesson 2 for my boot camp. Most people fail because they spend a lot of time shorting bull markets and predicting tops and getting it wrong and fighting the trend. And if you learn to join the trend at the right place, which means buy at the dip at the right place, etc., rather than try to fade the high, statistically, if you're a statistical trader like me, that's the most important part of an edge, is to make sure you know what the odds are and which direction is more probable, I guess. It looks like I still got it. I can stay up till 3 in the morning at a concert and still wake up and teach a lesson. So we're good. Yeah. So any questions about today's fun lesson, you guys? Like I said, I had a killer day. I've had back-to-back 5-figure days over the last 5 days in all of these funded accounts. It's been crazy. And one of my, yeah, you can hear Pickle back there. He's barking. One of my accounts right now, I'm aiming for 100K payout straight up. By the end of probably September, I'll be able to get 100K payout. I'm only holding out so I can brag when I do it. You think Pickle wants to be seen? Pickle? Is Pickle back there? Let me go see if he's there. Hold on. I hear him barking. What happened? Oh, everybody's wanting to see him. Okay. Nah, I'm running out of time. The show's about to be over. She locked him up because he was barking. Sorry. He's downstairs. We only got 5 minutes left, so. Okay. But right. So remember, when trading, I know it's weird. It's kind of like a hard philosophy to swallow. I tell people that if you're having a hard time kind of like finding your groove and finding your profitability, there's a cool approach that one can take. And it's pretty simple. It's the following. Don't try to short one day, long the other day, short one day, long the other day, short one day. Shorting and long are two totally different styles of trading. Pick your side. Longer term, are you bearish or bullish? Okay. Say that you're bearish. Short on the down day, and on the up day, sit out. Short on the down day, sit out when you're wrong. Short only, short only, short only, sit out, short, sit out, short, sit out. Instead of short, long, short, long, short, long. When you're taking those very radical, like flip-flop type positions, you're basically testifying before everybody that I'm so good at the market, I can predict these pivots exactly. Up, down, up, down, up, down. That's how good you are. I found out that nobody's that good. That's twice as hard to do than just nailing the longs and nailing the shorts. In a bull market, I'm longing and sitting out when I'm wrong. Longing, sitting out when I'm wrong. Longing, sitting out. I'm never, okay, I'm wrong. Let me short it. I don't even flip-flop. 15 years in the game, I don't. Found it to be much better on people's win rates if you learn to sit out when it's not on the side that you want it to be on and wait. Because you'll get your bull trade if it's a bull market. If you correctly picked bullish, you'll find a dip somewhere to buy. Don't just be like, well, it's selling off today. Let me short it. I don't even flip-flop. 15 years in the game, I don't flip-flop. I make a ton of money. I don't. If my initial trade is wrong, I usually stay the course unless conditions radically change. And I'm not talking like rinky-dink conditions like technical indicators. I'm talking like rocket scooter stuff, which is very rigid. Like you shouldn't break this. And if it breaks, you know it's bad. Maybe I'll switch my bias and then, okay, now I'm a bear going bear. But it is rare that you'll see me short and then long and then short and then long in the same day. Even alternating days, even in a bear market, the only time you'll see me do it is in a big old nasty sell-off market, or one day I'll short, one day I'll long, one day I'll short, because the market is like 50-50 green days to red days at that point. Yes. Generally speaking, if you're trying to find some kind of improvement, master one side or the other, and then focus on identifying when it's working and identifying when it's not, and sitting out and having control. That to me, you're going to have fewer trades. You're going to feel like you're moving slower, but you're going to master that one side and be very good at identifying the long and identifying the short, and stay that path. Again, if whatever you're doing is struggling to make some headway, realize you're trying to like simultaneously master playing guitar and playing drums at the same time. They're two totally different instruments. You're getting slightly better at both of them, but you want to kind of master one and focus on making money in one, then get good at the other, and then learn how to flip between the two. It's not just, well, today's a down day, let me push the red button versus the green button. Shorting ain't like that. Slightly different. Short's volatile. It expands the range. It becomes choppier. You have to trade your positions bigger and wider and smaller around your pivots. Long trades, hit them hard, hit them sharp like today. Right at the pivot. Slight bit overshoot, but should be on point. Different. Markets move long side very straight, short side very choppy. You're trading like you're playing two totally different games, baseball and football. They're not the same. So focus on identifying which one you want to be, and then learn to take it and then sit out, then take it, then sit out, then take it, then sit out. That's very important in general for your mastery of trading. If you focus on one side and master that one side and then master avoiding the trade when it doesn't line up, you get really razor sharp at mastering that one side. And I know people say, well, Matt only makes money. This is the goofiest thing before I get out of here. People say Matt only makes money because he always longs. No. Like you'd make fun of somebody for identifying the trend the right way. Matt's just a perma bull. He's not really that good of a trader. He's just perma bull. These are stupid excuses that losing traders make. Matt's a perma bull because Matt correctly identified the trend and buys at the right spot. I don't just long at the high. You could lose money doing that. I long when I need to. Matt's a good trader, but I'm not stupidly perma bull. I'm bullish because the market's bullish. I'm not being dumb about it. I'm following the trend, and I'll be bearish when the market's bearish. And so will you. And if you get good at this, you're going to realize that flip-flopping is a killer. It kills your win rate. It really does. You're inefficient. You're chasing the wrong side of the trade at the wrong spot. You're entering at the wrong place, and your efficiency goes way down. So practice, if you're trying to make an improvement, practice picking one side and sticking to it over the long periods of time. Remember, I showed you market goes up for 16 weeks and then down 4, then up 10 and down 2 and all that stuff. Then, okay, if you're saying, okay, it is trending up, let me just pick the bull side and buy dips until it doesn't work. And then I use my confluence. Okay, it's bearish. Let me just short highs until that doesn't work. Okay, now it's bullish. Let me just buy dips till that doesn't work. Long, then sit out, then long, then sit out. Then long is not long, short, long, short, long, short. Even I don't do that. So even that guy, Matt, doesn't even do that. And it really helps your win rate go up and your control go up. And you're always on the sidelines waiting for a good entry rather than closing another trade and then pivoting to the other side. That extra confusion, that extra layer can cause you to fumble and get bad entries. An example is if I'm trying to long the market and long the market, and then I'm wrong. Okay, fine. I'm going to go short. Oh crap. Now I'm wrong again. Okay, let me go long. That double flip flop there is what a lot of people do. And they get bad entries in all these trades. So again, let me repeat. I long here, take a loss, then decide to short here, then take a loss, and then I'm long again. Look at that. I originally was right with a great entry. And now I took 2 losses, and now I'm kind of right in the middle of the trade with a shit entry. That has very little room to move. That flip-flop ruins your efficiency. So hopefully this is a good lesson for you guys. Be a bull or be a bear and be rigid. Believe in what you believe in and stick to it, right? Stick to your trade and learn to sit out when you don't get it. That is what when I coach people, I tell you that's the best way for psychology, win rate, and efficiency goes up when you just take your trade, take your stop. If I longed and I stopped and I consider myself being wrong, I don't do the short setup because if I disprove the short to get in on the long, my next long is terrible. Instead, if I long and I'm wrong, I can close. And when it bounces right back there, I can long again at the same place. And my entry is actually here instead of there. All right. That's all I got for you guys today. I'm 2 minutes over. But thank you, all of y'all, for tuning in. My name is Matt. I love you guys to death. Normally, I stream in the afternoons, but it's, IDOC's birthday week. So I'm probably going to take the afternoon off. Killer trades today. Been rocking it. I'm in this long with these runners. I'm going to hold them till market close. So I'll see y'all later. I'm going to close out at 6,700. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you guys for giving MyFundedFutures 50K subs this week. Love y'all to death. And thank you guys for tuning in. And we'll see y'all same time Monday morning. And I'm out. See y'all later.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.